to what I need. Put a picture so I can see. February can't chase the days away. Yeah, away. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day. This one's coming, it's gone to the wind again. Yeah, again. Again. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This weighs up, but you're down again. It's just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think today. The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face. Broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now we greet. Just like snow cancels, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow cancels, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow cancels, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow cancels, oh, we drift to the edge. Just like snow cancels, oh, we drift to the edge.
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right.
Freedom. You caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. Just wanna be free, yeah. Free, yeah. Free, yeah. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Come on. Wow. Yo, dude, I'm all fucked up from this night schedule, boss. Wanna get back on an earlier schedule. I'm starting too late, not getting enough sleep. Make me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? Sober, oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? Sober, oh, do you need anything like I need?
guitar solo, the Riley Gaines response, is that the one where I said, which one is that? Is that the one where I said Trump hates you? Or... Oh! Come on, get hyped! Do you need anything like I need you? So do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? So do you need anything like I need you? Oh. I like swimmers that don't come in fifth. Dude, let's go. Dude, Riley Gaines is such a tool. Dude, can I just tell you? I think the Trump quote on her though is something else. Hold on, we're gonna get rid of the music. Let's go. All right, dude, the Trump quote. Can I just tell you, the Trump quote on Riley is so funny. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this was from a couple days ago. I saved it because it's just too fucking good, dude. So somebody asked Trump about Riley Gaines. Where is it? Here it is. Here it is. All right. So someone asked Trump. All right. And here it is. It says earlier Monday on Twitter, conservative activist Riley Gaines said she couldn't understand why Trump posted the image, asking, does he actually like this? This is the Jesus picture. She added that a little humility would serve him well and that God shall not be mocked. When asked if he took the post down because of Gaines and others' criticism, President Trump said, no, I didn't listen to Riley Gaines. I'm not a big fan of Riley. Dude. So, like, now every time Riley posts, I'm like in her replies just saying, Trump hates you. Dude, so good. Dude, right? Dude, because, I mean, she's been such a MAGA stooge, and Trump doesn't even like her. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't even like her. I mean, how could you like Riley? She is such a fraud, dude. Dude, can I show you, though? Somebody put a funny Trump doctor meme in my replies today. Look at this one. Dude, hold on, let me find it. There it is. Look at that one. Sir, can we help you? And no, I work here. Dude, that is hilarious. Dude, oh, fuck. Trump, the doctor. I know, late night. Dude, I'm trying to get back on a day schedule. I'm all fucked up. But isn't that wild? Dude, that is so funny. Like, dude. Dude, the fucking sandals, bro. Oh, shit. Trump, right? He's like, oh, a doctor. Oh, a Red Cross worker. Dude, like, that is just so funny. I mean, let's look at the original post, shall we? Just for a moment here. I mean, is there anyone on planet Earth that is believing that he thought this picture was about being a fucking doctor. Like, there's the woman praying, looking directly at the hand with the glowing orb of light. This guy's looking up at him. They're all looking up at the Christ figure. Give me a fucking break, dude. That, guys, in my 56 years of being on the planet, that is the stupidest wasn't me story I've ever seen in the media. I'm serious. I have never seen a story in the media that was like that phony. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, even like I didn't inhale is more believable than this. Right? Because I didn't inhale, if you thought you were smoking a cigar, maybe you wouldn't inhale. But that one was pretty stupid. I didn't inhale. Oh, like, bro. Oh, a doctor with the glowing orb of light. Oh, Jesus. Unfucking believable, dude. Just unbelievable. Now, dude, that, I know somebody was talking in chat about that clavicular kid maybe ODing. And you know what's so crazy is I feel weird that, like, when I first heard it, I was like, I don't even know if that's true, right? Because I don't believe those like shock influencers at all, because they stage, swattings or this, that, or the other, right? But I did, though. And I thought there were some weird things. I thought there were some weird things, like how when the guy was asking him, do you want an Addy? Do you want an Addy? They didn't put the camera really on him. They stopped putting the camera on him. And then they carried him out and they put him in a car and not an ambulance. Like, if you're actually having a drug overdose and they call the paramedics come in and take you out of the building. They don't sit in the ambulance and wait for you to get carried out, and then they put you in a private vehicle. So there's a lot of things about that are weird and not adding up. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know what to think, right? But I mean, I can just take you through what I saw, guys. Let me just show you. This will be our warm in, okay? But so, and I'm not going to watch all the clips because, if the person is ODing or whatever, I don't want to fucking be involved in, you know what I mean? I don't really want to watch somebody OD, but here's what I thought was weird, okay? Right? This is something else, okay? This is something he did like, 10 days ago or whatever, which was like, was it an actual seizure or whatever? I don't know, right? That was a clip, though, from like 10 days ago. This person has been doing these types of things recently, okay? But so I saw two clips, okay, that were primary. So first off, I thought this clip was interesting because he's walking around and he does look pretty fucked up, okay? Whatever, he drinks a liquid, okay? Then there is the clip of him. Where is it? So this clip is where he's looking all zonked out. But like what happens is pretty soon the camera stops showing him. Okay? The camera stops showing him and stays focused on these guys, which is like a little unusual, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like that the camera just doesn't, why'd the camera stop looking at him? Right? I mean, that's a little weird, right? It's his stream. Camera stays focusing on these guys. And then the other thing that was weird was it shows this carry out where these guys carry him out, okay? And his head's up, so he's aware. But he's got his security guys carrying him out, right? They carry him down this thing, okay? And the camera's like, you know, there's a whatever, an ambulance there, but the ambulance, they put him in this private car, okay? And so the ambulance, if the ambulance was there for him and he was in a restaurant, those paramedics would come in and they would like take the scene over. They would do what they need to do and they would wheel him out on a gurney into that ambulance. Okay. So this was very weird that there's an ambulance there and the camera was also kind of weird. It sort of stayed low. The camera was off him. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. I still at this point, like, I don't know that I'm exactly buying it. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Right. But I will say this though. Okay. You ready? There's one other thing I want to point out here that I thought was weird. Okay. Was even when they go into this building, right? Let me find them going into this building. Okay. There was another shot. It was like a trending thing, and now it's like off trending. But if it is staged, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was staged, right? But so the thing that I thought was really weird is there's another clip where they walk into that really empty, like, bar, which is weird too. Like they went into a bar that had like no people in it. It was like completely empty. So I don't know. But one thing I did want to say though, okay, what I did want to say is I did take too much GHB once, and it was like really scary. Okay, I did. I remember it was, I don't know, I was like 21, maybe 22, and I went to a party with my girlfriend and my friend Rust. He was the guy who was in Crazy Town, the guy who died like in his 30s. He died really young. But so Rust and his girlfriend, me and my girlfriend, a couple other of our friends went to this party, and there was a dude who had like a jug of GHB, like a milk carton full of GHB. And I had the milk carton and I was like, how much am I supposed to take? And he said, you like 2 or 3 gulps. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I took 2 or 3 big pulls off of this milk carton, but you're supposed to take a cap full. Okay. And like it really like fucked me up. Like I lost all motor function. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't sit on a chair. Like my head was drooping. Pretty soon I passed out, and they like took me out of the party and they got like a hotel room and they had to keep turning me over because you throw up and like there's a real good chance of you aspirating. But like, dude, what I remember from that experience is at like 5 a.m, it finally wore off. And I remember when I opened my eyes and like everyone in the room was like, all their faces were lined up at the foot of the bed. And they were like, oh my God, like I opened my eyes and the light got really bright and I saw all of my friends' faces. All of my friends' faces were right there. And they were like, oh my God, we're so glad you're okay. And I was like, whoa. But no, I had really good friends. Like they got me out of that party and they got a hotel room nearby and then they all like took care of me, you know, and fucking, you know, but so the thing is that shit can fuck you up pretty good, dude. And so I don't know. If that thing he was chugging was GHB, I mean, it could be possible that you know, that was actual. And no, they did not call the paramedics. My friends, no, they did not. They took care of me. I mean, they'd been around it, and I did not want to be, you know, I mean, you don't want to call the hospital if you can avoid it. You know what I'm saying? So they were going to ride it out for a few hours and see how it went. When you're, just for the record, if you're in the rock and roll world, you're pretty lean on calling the hospital. You only call the hospital when you think it's gotten like out of hand and you can't handle it, because you don't want anyone getting, like, any of your friends getting drug charges necessarily, or a hefty hospital bill, right? So we were always pretty chill, and I mean, you get familiar with like how it goes, right? But yeah, dude. So I don't know. I mean, it could be, right? So yeah, GHB is like, I don't know what it is. It's like some type of amino acid or some shit, right? I don't know what it is. Exactly. I've never really studied up on it, but I know that was the first and last time I was taking it. Dude, Pretty Pink Progressive, let's go. Hallucinogenic, all right. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a CNS depressant. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I just remember I took very much the wrong dosage, but I'd highly recommend you not bother with that shit. It was absolutely a date rape thing. Absolutely, dude. It makes you like, it makes you lose your motor function. And you can't walk or whatever. You can't operate. Like, I couldn't even sit in a fucking chair, dude. I would sit in a chair and just fall off the chair, boss. And I mean, I thought it was so funny, right? Until, I guess until I passed out and started throwing up and shit. But it's a delirium. It's definitely not a hallucinogenic, Dude, the 90s just in general were dangerous, but I feel like shit's really dangerous now too, though, because let me just say this about the 90s. Nobody, like, we didn't really fuck around. You know what I'm saying? Like, you were never going to go in the 90s. You were never going to go to a party and someone was going to give you a joint that was like laced with fentanyl. That kind of shit was not going to happen in the 90s. Everybody, like, people partied, and people partied hard, but, like, they were, like, straight up about it, There was no bullshit. People weren't trying to, like, fuck you up or, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like everybody was partying like crazy, but we were all, like, kind of looking out for each other. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It was very fucking different. And like now, though, nowadays, like, people will go to parties and fucking, they'll bring like pot laced with fentanyl and shit like that. And that seems like really bad, dude. That fentanyl shit seems really bad, like really stupid. But anyway, I will say this, okay? Here, you ready? So, about this whole clavicular situation, I feel bad that I instantly think these guys are faking. I instantly think these guys are lying, right? And it's like so weird that I feel, I don't know, it's like influencer culture has spiraled out of control to the point of where I don't believe 90% of the shit coming from these like youth influencers, because they're all like lying and setting up elaborate scams and grifts to try and get viral content. So even when I hear about that, I think, oh, he's probably faking it. However, right, if with an ambulance, there was no ambulance ride though, boss. There was no ambulance ride. They put him in a private car. But what's to gain from a fake OD is like a huge amount of notoriety a bunch of sympathy. Then people think you're like a partier out of control. Everybody starts like thinking about you more, like, oh, you know, in a live streamer sense where people have access to you every day. It generates a lot of noise, okay? That becomes clicks, that becomes, you know, donations, that becomes fucking, you know, yada, 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 and so on and so forth, right? It's all notoriety, right? You know, there's no such thing as bad press, right? Like, for example, you know, for a mother, a 40-year-old mother ODing is bad for her publicity. A 20-year-old fucking youth rebel star ODing is like good for their career. Right? Do I think he actually broke his face bones? No, he did not actually break his face bones. No, I don't buy all of that fucking microfracture bullshit, right? You know? So yeah, I don't know, guys, right? I don't know what to think, but I will say this. You ready? Here's my official take. I don't believe it, and maybe I'm wrong, and we'll find out it was real, but if it is real, I do hope the kid eventually figures out and gets some help. Because let me just say, as somebody who's been through the drug thing, it ain't worth dying over. Fame ain't worth dying over. Yeah, but TMZ though, dude, you can't really trust TMZ, guys. You know, like the when you look at things. So guys, just so you know, if there's like a hierarchy of papers, okay? Like, for example, you ready? I knew a guy who faked some shit a couple of years ago, and it got picked up by Daily Mail. It got picked up by the New York Post, and then it got picked up in like Forbes, but Forbes just did a blurb, like an AI troller blurb, okay? So what happens is if you are in TMZ, Daily Mail, New York Post, right? If you're the Inquirer and even you go up to like People magazine, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? True stuff does end up on TMZ, but you'll really know it's true when it elevates to a legitimate news source, right? TMZ is one of the most trusted sources. Dude, you guys are crazy, bro. But we'll see. You know, I mean, maybe. You never know. I'm sleeping on TMZ, dude. Dude, you realize the guy who created TMZ is one of Epstein's good buddies, right? You guys realize that? I don't know if you realize that TMZ is an Epstein rag, guys. Okay? There it is. Harvey Levin is a good friend. He was up there with fucking Trumpy. So TMZ, baby, that's an Epstein paper. An Epstein paper. All right. But I will say this though, guys. Like, I'm not going to go into any more coverage on the clavicular thing because both for if it's fake or even if it's real, I don't want to like, I don't know, man. I don't want to like hype like drug overdosing. It feels no, we're going to watch the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃 video, guys. We will. I'll watch 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃 get popped in the face. But, you know, if the kid really did OD, man, I hope he gets help. Okay? Because I will just say this. We've watched this kid. We watched him last night on that brain dead 60 Minutes interview. Okay? talking about like liberal, feminine, whatever guys or whatever. What a fucking idiot, right? He's sitting there talking about like, oh, these feminine liberal people who put liberal shit on their social media. It's like, yeah, they're still alive, you fucking dumbass. You know what I mean? All your red pill fucking whatever, your red pill fucking stupid maxing ain't really getting you anywhere. But yeah, you know, there was one like 2 weeks ago or something, guys, where the same thing, he did the same thing with what looked like a really fake seizure on a dance floor. That was like 10 days ago. So I don't know. I don't know what to think, but I hope somebody helps that kid, because like whatever he's doing right now ain't working for him, right? He's a fucking disaster, bro. You know what I'm saying? He is a disaster, right? He like, I don't know, dude. I just feel, I don't know. I feel kind of bad for the you know, like youth and this viral culture. You know what I'm saying? Because this is something, guys, we have to contend with this. Okay? We do, like all of us. I mean, it's definitely in politics too, right? Where truth is not important anymore. The only thing that's important is reach. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really, we're living in a world where the only thing that is important is reach, guys. That's it. Reach. It's like crazy. I mean, dude, I saw it today. You ready? Look at this shit, guys. Let me show you. It was, you know, there was another Polymarket campaign today. Okay, look at this. You're going to see these, guys. Look at this shit. So this is 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. I troll her online sometimes. She used to be like an anti-Trumper. She was like somebody, she's never been big on YouTube or in acting. She's like a failed actor, but she became big on Twitter, okay? Because of Donald Trump, like replying to Donald Trump. This was at the time that Krasenstein's got big. And she's not big like Krasenstein's, but she has like 200,000 followers on Twitter. But she recently has switched teams. And now she still tries to say that she's not MAGA, but she is, you know, she used to call herself a bold lib, but now she calls herself, now she's like aligned with MAGA. But so she did this post. How can Democrats be so unpopular and still be favored to win in 2028? Something doesn't add up. And you see it starts getting a lot of comment engagements, but it's a paid partnership with Polymarket. And this is a new thing that Polymarket is doing, guys. Okay, this is a thing that Polymarket is doing where they will put out a thing about the Democrats, you know, having these crazy odds on Polymarket, and then a whole bunch of influencers will say, how can the Democrats be this unpopular and still they're going to win? Or, right? And left-wingers and right-wingers alike are doing these ads, okay? And you see there's like a paid partnership down here. I had Polymarket reach out to me on Twitter, okay, about this, about which I'm assuming is one of these campaigns. I haven't gotten back to them. I don't want to work with Polymarket. I don't like that company. I think that company is gross. And I don't think it's I don't think it's good. But again, the Polymarket, I feel like they have a vested interest. Okay, Polymarket wants J.D. Vance and the Republicans to win office. Okay, they really do. Like, Polymarket is not, they are not unbiased. Okay, that is a Peter Thiel company, right? See who is all the investors. Dude, it's so crazy. right? So look at it. It is fucking Founders Fund, Donald Trump Jr., right? Founders Fund is Peter Thiel, major backer, right? And look at all this shit, though. Coinbase Ventures, like all of these companies, right? 1789 Capital, right? All of these companies are connected to Trump or some fucking right-wing shit, dude. You have the Airbnb founder, right? I mean, dude, all of these Polychain Capital, all these fucking hedge funds and shit. Dude, I like, man, those hedge funds and shit, hedge funds, like, dude, we got to get out. We got to get rid of those, boss. I'm serious. You know, when you have like, you know, billionaires all pooling their money together to make so much money that they can move entire markets or change entire like social like attitudes, it's like crazy. Dude, there is something going on that is crazy with this shit, boss. But, you know, but they are so funded, guys. They are so funded. And I mean, those paid partnerships, let me see if Harry was doing it again today. Because they've been going around, guys. Right? Left-wing creators, too, have been doing this shit. Like, seriously, anytime you see someone quote tweeting Polymarket, you got to look and see if there's a paid partnership thing down there. All right? It looks like Harry is not a part of this one, okay? Which is good. It's good. He was part of the last one. But they kind of like move through left and right-wing creators. A lot of people do it. I mean, I get it. People are just making money. You know what I'm saying? And they're not concerned really about that shit. But yeah, that shit is crazy. But yeah, so let's look at the Polymarket ones. Look at that. Angela Belcamino, paid partnership. Benny Johnson, paid partnership. Brian Krasenstein, paid partnership. You see that? Trump is killing the Republican Party. I love seeing this. Paid partnership. All right? Jojo from Jersey, hers is not. Okay? She's actually just commenting. Right? But here we go. You have Unusual Whales, paid partnership. Right? Fucking Zero Hedge, paid partnership. Leading Report, paid partnership. John Collins, paid partnership. Breaking 911, paid partnership. There's another Krasenstein. John Cooper, paid partnership. Spencer Hakimian, paid partnership. Derek Evans, dude, this guy's a weird, like, right-winger. Paid partnership. All of these guys, right? Alex Cole, paid partnership. Nawfal. All right, I guess his maybe is not. But you see what I'm saying? It's like they're doing these paid partnerships like all over the place, dude. Occupy Democrats, paid partnership. Just it's rampant, dude. Here's the guy that works with Adam Mockler, okay? Paid partnership. Right? I mean, dude. Shit is fucking rampant, bro. Everybody's getting in on that money, boss. You know? And like, so the thing though, guys, the thing that I guess for me that I have a problem with is like this, dude. It's like how can left-wingers take money to advertise a company that is like a profiteering venture for all of those, right? For all of those, you know what I'm saying? For a profiteering venture for all those right-wing people, right? I feel like left-wingers shouldn't be taking any of that money. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we should not, because that is like, you know, I don't know. It feels weird to me. That shit feels weird to me, but I'm a terrible capitalist. So yeah, I mean, I do have a problem with the fact that they are like, they're gameable, right? You can game those prediction markets. They're all like fucking gameable. You know what I mean? And I mean, that's a little nerve-wracking, but what are you going to do, boss? Right? Got a lot of cleaning house to do in America. Yeah, guys, I don't even think it's like, it feels like it's beyond America now. You know what I'm saying? It is really just a late stage capitalism, okay? Where the squeeze is on everyone. You know what I mean? The squeeze is on everybody. I mean, dude, YouTube, okay, is an example. So I have the family plan of like YouTube Premium. 4 years ago, YouTube Premium was $17.99 for a family plan. Okay. Then 4 years ago, they raised it. It had been $17.99 for a couple of years. Then they raised it from $17.99 to $22.99. And now they're raising it to $26.99. So it's gone up 50% in 4 years. 50% increase. But like, guys, right? Like, where does it stop? You know what I mean? I mean, think about every subscription service you have, and now everything is moving to a subscription service, but then they just keep raising that price every single, every year, every couple of years. It just goes up and up and up. And then the more you use things, the more integrated they become in your reality. And then they're just like ever increasing the price of this thing, And dude, it's crazy, right? It's fucking crazy, boss. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, JD, I don't know what your thing is about like wrong when you're saying, and that's wrong. There's like wrong is kind of a silly word. There's not like a right or wrong. There's just a reality, boss. You know what I'm saying? When you say, oh, and that's wrong. It's not wrong. It's reality, right? It's reality. It's an unfortunate side effect of capitalism, right? That is like spinning out of control. And we're seeing that with everything. Supply chains get shut. Price goes up. Price never comes back down. The war, right? War happens. Price goes up. Price never comes back down. But we do have to start thinking about like, where does this end? Where does this leave us in, 30 years, right? We continue on this late stage capitalism sort of way. I teach media literacy in an engaging way. All right. Like, bro, it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, dude. Because did you see Trump's, the oil companies? You ready? Look at this, dude. Look at this. This is crazy. All right, so watch this. Now, again, I'm relatively unaffected by these price increases, mind you. So, but look at this right here. Oil CEOs, okay? They have sold stock worth $1.4 billion. Guys, $1.4 billion. So, oil CEOs, Trump goes to war with Iran, the price of oil goes up 50% in a month, and then the oil CEOs start selling a bunch of their stock for huge huge windfall, right? Isn't that crazy? 1.4 billion. So they're just like, right? They're just raking it in while most of America is like struggling. But these CEOs are making like generational money. Isn't that wild? Dude. And this is happening on so many levels. It's happening with the war and the energy. It's happening with the crypto rug pulls. It's happening with the moving the crypto markets, right? I mean, look what happened with Trump and Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin went up and up and up and up because Trump, oh, I'm the crypto president. This is going to be great. Elon is working in Doge. And then the minute that, got up to like 125K, they all sold it off and they made billions, right? And everybody who bought it at 100K is now got to wait, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years for it to go back up again. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? That's fucking, but they're doing it, guys. They're doing it with everything now, right? It is like, this is our whole economy now, is political decisions are made, markets are moved, the wealthiest among us profit like generationally from each of those market movements, and then we get left holding the bag, okay, with the tax bills and the unaffordable goods, right? Because all of these people and their families can afford whatever. They could buy all the goods they need for 1,000 years and they would still have 10,000 years worth of money, right? It's fucking wild, bro. Dude. So I guess I just don't know, like what do we do, guys? Right? I'm just raising some questions here because I just had a day today where I feel like I looked out my window and all I saw was like capitalism burning everything down. And I feel like we're not really like sounding the whistle very well. Like we're looking, like everybody's looking at like Gavin Newsom being like, he didn't fix homelessness. Or they're looking at like, whatever, the mayor of fucking Seattle's not fixing the homelessness problem. But like, guys, homelessness is like a capitalism issue, right? I mean, if we let capitalism keep spinning out of control like this, pretty soon you're going to have two classes. You're going to have the wealthy and you're going to have the homeless. And there's going to be nothing in between there except a barbed wire fence, bro. I'm serious. That's it, right? The wealthy class, homelessness, and a barbed wire fence. And if you end up in the homeless group, you're going to be working for free for the wealthy class. And that's it. You're going to be working for meals, dude, or for, right? It is like, it's a little bit stark, guys, Oh, shit, bro. Do. All right, let's look at that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶 clip, dude. That'll cheer us all up, right? That'll cheer us all up. Fucking watching 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶 get punched in the face. It will, right? I don't know about you, but that'll cheer me up. Who's got the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗶? I think I saw it in Discord. Dude, and guys, TPUSA, we do have some good TPUSA drama coming up, guys. Okay? We do. We got some good TPUSA drama. Oh my God, their event in Georgia, what a brick free throw. Dude, nobody went to this Georgia event. Erika Kirk canceled because the ticket sales were so bad. I mean, it is bad, guys. It is like bad. Here, I don't have the Sneeko clip, so we'll go to the Erika Kirk thing first. But look at this shit, dude. Okay? Look at this. See, what I said was they're going to have to bury Charlie again. I'm serious. Dude, look at this. Look at that. Hold on, let's save this image. So we can open it up in fucking... There we go. So we can zoom in on it. Guys, okay? Look at this shit, bro. There's like nobody there, dude. Look at how big this fucking auditorium is. And there's like 150 people. Right? Nobody. Okay? And even when you see, there's videos of it, guys. Okay? There's videos. Somebody posted a video. This is when, see, right there, guys. You ready? Look at this. So this image is obviously the house lights are on. Okay? So this is before it got started. Right? Right? It is before it got started. The house lights are on. They're getting ready to get going. All right? But look at this video. This is while JD Vance is speaking, guys. Okay? Watch this.
It doesn't bother me when he speaks on issues today. Frankly, even when I disagree with how he's...
Dude, that is while JD is speaking, and it is filled to essentially the sound thing. It is like filled to here. Okay? And there's still nobody on the sides. So it is not much more filled than this. Okay? And that's while he is fucking speaking, bro. There's still several rows of empty chairs there.
Even when I disagree with how he's applying original principles. So
right? And this is Georgia. This is University of Georgia. Okay? Like, bro, that's their hallowed ground, right? Shame cam. Oh, so there's been a little bit of a debacle today, though, guys. All right, because you ready for this? So JD Vance goes to this thing. Here, let's look at it. Okay. So JD Vance goes to this event. Let's find him talking about Erika Kirk. All right. We're going to get to that in a minute. Look at this, though. They're getting heckled, guys. You ready? Watch this. This is wild. Watch this.
And how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a pretty easy principle. Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No.
He's getting heckled.
First of all, random dude who's shouting. Can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted?
So, dude, we're gonna get into that. So the guy said Jesus doesn't support genocide. Now, dude, the guy in the audience has a fucking point, bro. Okay, because JD Vance is all up Netanyahu's ass with Trump. Doing a little like polyp testing. Oh, let's get in there, JD. Oh, find a polyp. Hold on to it. Right? But like, dude, he's bringing up like liberating people. Yeah, dude, going to Europe and defeating the Nazis and opening up the concentration camps and letting all those people out of the camps, yeah, that was using the sword for good. Going to Gaza and blowing up the whole fucking area to where people are living in camps, that is not good. Okay, running around the streets of America and filling alligator Alcatraz with people so they're all getting fucking, you know, like pertussis and shit because they're living on top of each other. That is not like Jesus-like, you know? And yeah, he's getting real defensive. You see, oh, can I finish my point? But there is a clip of him addressing this guy. All right, hold on. Let's see here. Let's find the other clip. Dude. Oh, shit, bro. This shit is empty, dude. All right, where is it? I think there's one where he gets heckled. Right here. Oh, right here. Dude, watch this.
So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza, so if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem.
Solved that problem? Dude.
And by the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president. Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years because we have taken that situation. So if you want to complain,
dude, he said they solved the problem. Dude, what? The guy's like, you're killing children. Dude, and dude, they just fired missiles into a grade school full of children. And they've been firing missiles into fishing boats and shit. See, this guy, though, you ready? Look at this guy. This guy is never going to be president, dude. Right? He's getting like savaged by the fucking... like one dude in the TPUSA crowd. Dude, he's getting ravaged. Yeah. Oh my God. Dude, he is such a clown, bro. Such a fucking clown, boss. Let's look at the crowd though. Because they do a tight shot, but look at the crowd, boss. You see TPUSA's crowd? It is just like white bros, and they're white girls, but dude, white people wearing white hats, wanting white Christian nationalism, wanting a white America. Dude, freedom, whiteum. All right, now let's find the security concerns thing, because, right, here we go, you ready?
Friend Erika Kirk, sorry. Because unfortunately she has received some very serious threats in her direction, which is terrible. It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality and the state of the country. But it underscores the larger point that she has received a lot of attacks from some surprising places, perhaps. Tell us what you think about that. Some of the people that have made, part-time jobs out of attacking Erika, and this is the net result.
Sure. Well, first of all, I love Erika, and I know that she did get some threats. And, about 2 hours ago, as you know, Andrew, I was a little worried that we were going to have to cancel the event because Erika was not going to come, and she was very worried about it. And I talked to the Secret Service, and obviously these guys do a very good job. And I said, you know what? Let's let Erika do what she needs to do for herself and her family. I'm sure Andrew will fill in. And let's go and make this an amazing event with the Georgia Bulldogs in Athens, Georgia.
Oh, yeah. So the story is this, okay, is that Erika Kirk, like late in the game, said, oh, I've got some threats, and so I can't travel, so I can't go to Georgia, okay? Now, J.D. Vance is traveling. He's in the venue. So presumably, I mean, the venue's locked down by the Secret Service, so she'd obviously be safe there. Presumably, she's in danger getting to the airport or something in Arizona. I mean, I think it was the ticket sales and the fact that this event is, you know, staggeringly bad and nobody showed up, and she's had a ton of bad publicity lately, okay? She's had the 𝗙ecie shit. I mean, she's been kind of under wraps lately. She is not really, you haven't really heard much from her lately because TPUSA has been getting, you know, a ton of like bad press, right? Around the Charlie Kirk shit and the bullet not matching and, you know, 𝗙ecie punking her. And then that video leaked of her in ASU, like talking about, like, don't talk about Israel. I mean, there's just a huge, like, problem right now with TPUSA. Like, TPUSA is having a really big, I think, internal collapse with them. They made a ton of money, okay? They made a ton of money after Charlie died, okay? They did. They made a ton of cash, and they sold a bunch of merch, and they monetized his death and all that. They had the big funeral shit. But, like, TPUSA is dying out, okay? Nobody is, like, they don't have a Charlie replacement, okay? They don't have anybody viable, like, whether you like Charlie or not, okay? I thought Charlie was despicable and a degenerate, right? However, I could acknowledge that he had this uncanny inner ability of just being able to galvanize, like, young conservative people. He spoke about Christianity in a way that got the shitty people in this room, like, yeah, pumped up and galvanized and ready to fight for him, okay? He was really good at that. And now, though, with him not being in the fold, they don't have anybody that does that for them, right? Like, Andrew 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 is like a 45-year-old guy who's just really blah. Tyler Boyer is like another guy who's like socially awkward. You have the bald guy, whatever, Blake Neff, who's sitting there like that guy is like, he's hard to look at and he's awkward, right? Erika Kirk is a woman. She's never going to be able to command the TPUSA bro like vibe. So they don't have anyone, right? They don't have anybody to fill that void. And so they're like languishing now because, you know, he's kind of already forgotten. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just like, you know, the way YouTube is, guys, you ready? So I exist on all of these platforms, okay? I've been on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and all this shit for years, okay? For years. This is my 7th year of like online creator. So the problem, I guess, from a creator standpoint is you have to be constantly making content, okay? If you stop making content, no matter how big you were, that shit just fades, okay? It just fades. It does. And they're still making content, but it's not Charlie, okay? They're making content on Charlie's name, on his YouTube channel, on his stream. But like Charlie is not making new content. So no matter what they do with that body of old content, Charlie is like automatically, algorithmically fading, and there's nothing they can do to stop that. You know, like it's never coming back. Like that ship has sailed, and unless they find somebody that is like has his kind of like personality and ability to like go viral like that and pull everybody together, the ship is just, we're going to watch it sink. You know, they're rebranding to Club America, but all the schools are fighting Club America, and like parents are fighting Club America. It's only getting into like the Christian areas, small town Tennessee and shit like that, you know? But the thing about that though, Bradshaw, is it doesn't really matter, because having $240 million is not useful if you don't have a good like leadership personality to spend it on. You know what I'm saying? They do have a ton of money, but they don't have anybody to like galvanize people with that money, right? You got to have that like personality. You got to have that sort of leadership, that flagship sort of person that is like drawing the crowd. And they don't have that anymore. And so I really think she's crashing, dude. Right? I have not started the dance party goal, Steve. Here, we'll start it right now. But yeah, dude, let's look at Candace. Candace went off on her, dude. Because guys, you ready? Let me just tell you something here, okay? Let me just tell you about this. Look at what went on today. Okay, you ready? So TPUSA is falling off. Their events, guys, since Charlie's funeral, TPUSA's events have been getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, remember Erika? She had her big like tour. She went and spoke at that Harvest Church in Riverside, and then they haven't had any other events. Their events have fizzled out. Right? Their events have just totally like every event is getting less and less attended. There's the hype is like totally drying up, and she's like falling into controversy because of Candace Owens. So now what did she do today, guys? Today there was a really low turnout. But what did she do? She said, "Oh, I'm under threat." Okay? So if she's under threat, right? We saw Savannah Hernandez on Fox News. What did she talk about after that protest? The leftists killed Charlie Kirk, right? All they really have to drum up people is that like, wow, now they're trying to kill Erika too, right? They're trying to kill all of us. Like, boy, we better like come together. We got to vote. We got to get rid of those Democrats or they're going to kill us all. So now it's like their whole thing is like just trying to stoke that fear and trying to like, you know, they need to create a threat, right? I mean, the Republicans, the right wingers, if they don't have a threat, they don't have any momentum. That's their whole, like, they only campaign on perceived threats. And so Erika tweeted, you ready? Look at this, dude. This is amazing. So Erika tweeted, "I was so looking forward to tonight's event, right, at the University of Georgia with our Vice President, J.D. Vance. But after all our family has been through, I take my security team's recommendations extremely seriously. Thank you to our amazing Georgia chapter for your support. God bless you. We must listen to TPUSA to stop their BS. Let's go." All right, hold on. Let's find Erika's full tweet. Oh, shit, dude. Where is she? There she. Oh, no, that's not her. There she is. All right. So, right? So that's it. J.D. Vance.
Mr. Vice President, I'm on stage here instead of our friend Erika Kirk.
That's right.
Because unfortunately, she has received some very serious threats in her direction. which is terrible.
Sure she did.
It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality and the state of the country. Mr. Vice President.
So there you go. Threats. And then she says, oh my God, I was so looking forward to it. But after all our family has been through, I take my security team's recommendations extremely seriously. Can't go out. I'm under threat. I'm under threat. I know, dude. Look at him. He's fucking smirking. Dude, he has no charisma, dude. This guy is like negative charisma scale, dude. He is. He has like as much charisma as like a shanker, dude. Steve, go shoot. Let's go, baby. Dude, Steve again. Let's go. Steve's quarterbacking. Let's go, baby. Dude, he does. He is like a shanker, boss. So Candace, though, Candace laid in and said, stop. This is exhausting. You pulled out because of bad ticket sales. For the same reason TPUSA had to reschedule the Pastor Summit and various other events quietly. People don't believe you and don't line up for you because you struggle to tell the truth about even the most basic facts. Where is the video of Charlie appointing you as CEO weeks before his death? The Secret Service sits above your security team. Were there actually a viable threat, the vice president would not have continued the event. Your closest threat is the shit public relations team you hired that continues to operate under the delusion that they are smarter than the public. They aren't. Oh my God, dude. Dude, Candace is like so good at shitting on Erika Kirk. Okay, dude, Erika ran out of sparklers and fireworks. No show. Thank you, DB Golding. Dude, I swear to you guys, like, you know, again, Candace, whatever. She's a grifter too. Okay, we're not pretending like she's genuine, but she is able to ravage Erika on social media. Like, Erika has no social media skills, guys. She has none. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of interpersonal speaking to human being skills. She's really awkward and weird when she talks. Dude, Lucy Lou's mom, Pine Box! Pine Box! Dude, let's go, Jason's! Australiana, we got the Ruse in the house. But yeah, man, she is shredding her. But let's go look. Let's go look at Candace's like Twitter, because everybody was fucking mad at her. Okay? Everybody's like super mad at Candace. Dude, you ready? Oh my God, this is amazing. All right, so look at this. Turning Point seems to have misestimated crowd size for Vance. Aikens Ford Arena less than 25% filled for the vice president. Candace says, oh, dude, right? Erika Kirk pulled out of her event last minute with Vice President Vance citing threats. This is PR horseshit, obviously. He is now doing the event alone at the University of Georgia. What do we think the real reason she pulled out? Okay? And then she shows the crowd, says, oh, and then she lays into her, right? Lays into her, but like, look at the people under here, dude, right? You are truly filled with evil and rage. The Bible talks about taking care of widows, but you're nonstop obsessed with trying to destroy her. Dude, is there a special section in the Bible about like widows? Give me a break, dude. Another $2 from the Ruse. Let's go, Jason. You are a demon in human form. Oh, the Daily Wire writer. You fucking manipulative Jezebel of a bitch. Oh, dude. And look at that guy Graham Allen got in this. Watch this. Where is it? The guy Graham Allen gets in here. Dude, where was he? I saw him get in on this. Oh, there's JD. That guy was in here. Oh, now maybe his comment is buried. Dude, I don't know why, but this guy like cracks me up, dude. I don't even know who he is, but he has a serious fucking issue with Candace Owens. Like, Candace makes this guy's head just like melt. Okay? Right? Look at him. I'm convinced Candace Owens is possessed, and I am praying for her eternal soul. I told you. This guy, right? This guy is like, it's something about him, dude. He is like banging two Bibles together over fucking Candace. Oh, isn't it wild? And Vice President J.D. Vance rips people attacking Erika Kirk as she grieves the loss of Charlie. Oh, shit. Let's see, JD.
People who shot Charlie Kirk, but if your instinct is to go after a young mother because she's grieving in a way that you find you find wrong, well, why don't you stay in your lane and mind your own business?
Yeah, amen.
Grief is complicated, and
Well, tell you what, JD, I would like to answer your question for you, buddy. You guys, JD, you and Trump and TPUSA and Erika and Andrew Colvett and all you MAGA shitters, you have a real problem staying in your own lane, boss. You do. You guys never seem to stay in your own lane. And you never, ever shut the fuck up. So, we're giving you a taste of your own medicine, buddy. Okay? Which means everywhere you go, every time you show that dorky ass face, we're going to show up and we're going to lay into you guys until TPUSA is no more. And yeah, she is not a young mom. She's like, I mean, she's not old, but she's in her 30s. She's like 35, dude. Give me a fucking break, boss. Maybe JD, maybe you should keep your hands off her ass. Like, maybe that's something to think about there. Right? Dude. Yeah, he did say people who shot Charlie Kirk. It was a little cut off there. But look at this. Evil is loud right now. Jesus is all that matters, right? This is how it's done. Look at it. Oh, lock them up. They're going to lock up the people from that protest. Dude, they're so sad, bro. Oh my God, dude. Pray for Erika Kirk. This is absolutely the sickest and most evil of times. Dude, like, do these guys believe this? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not inside their heads, but does he walk around just like, it's evil out there? Like, right? Like, I mean, I kind of think he does. I don't think he's faking it. I think they really are walking around thinking like, oh my God, there's a trans person. There's evil. The devil is in the cafe. Dude, the devil is behind the cash register. Like if a trans person makes them a coffee, they think the devil is like, oh shit, they're going to end up like Tucker Carlson with, oh, you're going to cut my ribs. Dude. They are mental, guys. You know what I'm saying? They are mental. All right. Dude, he's got a lot of TPUSA posts, but I think he replied. I thought he replied to Candace's. Dude, I got in there. Erika didn't go because ticket sales crashed. TPUSA's death. Man, I'm trolling. I'm trolling pretty hard. I admit. There was another one, guys, that I trolled. You ready? Like, where was it? I trolled another one. Oh, which one was it? Let me find, dude. Oh shit. You got the Sneeko clip? All right, good. There was another one I trolled, though. You ready? This was a pretty good one. Where I said, it was this one. Oh, I called him a cuck. You shouldn't have to go through this. The evil will be defeated. Oh, where was it? Oh, it's this one, right? The Nick Sortor, you ready? So Nick Sortor says, holy crap, Erika Kirk had to back out of her planned event with JD Vance tonight at the University of Georgia due to serious threats on her life, per VP and Andrew Colvett. Unfortunately, she has received some very serious threats in her direction. It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality and the state of the country. And I said, dude, sure she did. More lies. Erika is spending the night with her lesbian lover. Dude, I think maybe it's true, boss. She's like having a fillet of fish night, right? Oh my God, dude. So funny, bro. Oh, dude, I love this shit. I love these people like fucking warring, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude. Oh my God. Let me just say this, guys. You ready? Okay? And I can say convincingly, there is no one in America that is like trying to kill Erika Kirk. Okay? There is nobody in America that wants to do anything to Erika Kirk other than make fun of her. Okay? She is not a threat in any degree. She's not a threat to anyone. You know what I mean? Like, dude, she's like so socially awkward. She's like, you know, she's not leading an army into war, dude. Somebody said, can you even kill a demon? You know what I mean? Like, bro, there's just no, I just am not buying that. I mean, she doesn't even speak out. She doesn't even have a social media like presence, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like she's well known and she became like incredibly famous because of Charlie Kirk, but she does not have a social media like presence of, you know, Erika Kirk's takes on the world. She's never been an active like tweeter. I mean, she kind of is an Instagram poster, but that's like half like sexual innuendo and half like, oh, I love Jesus. But she doesn't have this like brand of like, I don't think she's ever had her own audience really. She had a little bit of an audience around the like Arizona, the Miss Arizona pageant, but then she became the like Romanian whatever, you know, the Romanian like orphanage person. And she didn't really have any sort of presence in the online world. And the whole presence she has now is simply the dead guy's wife who's like running a company she doesn't know anything about, right? And so like, I don't know. I'm not really buying the credible threats fucking angle, you know? Not buying it, guys. But I love seeing those guys fight, bro. She left a lot of reviews for hotels in France. What is that all about? Did she really leave reviews? By the way, can I show you something? Can I show you? There was a post, guys. Look at this. So this post, it's got 2 views. Okay, this post got community guidelines on Twitter. Can I show you real quick? So watch this. All right, watch this TikTok. Let's look at Candace Owens, though, dude. It may be time to put grandpa up in a home. Oh, dude. She's highlighting this shit because he called her out with Megan, Tucker, Alex Jones, saying they're stupid, they're low IQ. Nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for free and cheap publicity. So the first thing she did was, it may be time for Gramps to go to the home, dude. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean the home? You mean Mar-a-Lago or Epstein Island? Oh, Where's my hole? Oh, I shit my pants again. Dude, let's look at so you saw that TikTok. I posted that TikTok, and look what happened, guys. Look at what happened. It said, right, a video you posted has been removed for violating, right, for violating fucking community guidelines. It got removed for misinformation. It got removed for misinformation. And then I did an appeal, okay? It took almost 2 days, and now the thing got brought back, but you'll notice, like, with it getting brought back, look at, it's got 2 views, right? They're not going to show it at anyone. But dude, what the hell, bro? Like, TikTok is doing this crazy shit, you know? And they did it to me before, guys, with Sam Cedar, with this TikTok. Watch this one. Where is it? It's the same thing that it got community guidelines strike. I got a strike on my channel, and then they pulled it down, and then it won the appeal, but it only got 50 views, dude. Look at all these videos, right? 200, 300, 900, 300, 400, 650. This one got 56, okay? All these others are getting like from hundreds to like 10,000, okay? And this one got 56. But watch this.
Existence on Sam's Subaru. I was wondering if the white smoke over Tel Aviv is an indication they picked a new Jeffrey Epstein.
Dude, that one, right? If the white smoke over Tel Aviv is that an indication they picked a new Jeffrey Epstein, dude, right? This one was hilarious. Would have a huge TikTok. Fucking, that one should have blown up, bro. 56 views. They community struck it, and they fucking, right, gave me an account strike. I won the appeal. It took like 4 days for the appeal, and then I won the appeal, and they didn't show it to anyone, dude. This isn't YouTube, boss. This is TikTok. Okay, YouTube's fine, dude. YouTube had no issues with these shorts. Isn't that crazy, though? They are hardcore censoring, okay? What did they say the misinfo was? They don't say, Bradshaw. They don't say, I think, you know what I think it was? Dude, let's go. Still picture production, let's go. So what I think it was the fact that you know, there was a mention of Donald Trump, and there was a mention of Epstein Island in the same thing. Like I had a TikTok that said Melania knew Jeffrey Epstein, and they gave me an account strike, and they removed the video for misinformation. If you make a video on TikTok right now and you say in that video Melania knew Jeffrey Epstein before she knew Donald Trump, they will like community guidelines strike your account and block the video. I shit you not, dude. Like, if you mention Melania and Epstein, dude, they will like zap your shit. 𝗙𝗍𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗍, yeah, it's definitely Larry Ellison. All right, guys, dude, we need 20 and 8, baby. All right, let's hit it up. Then we're gonna watch 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗃 get punched in the face, dude. Let's go, baby. You have to keep that in mind. Yeah, no, and there's other things about TikTok too, like you can't do a TikTok with Andrew Tate in it, or Nick Fuentes. If people have been banned on TikTok, you can't do them, right? Dude, TikTok doesn't care about Obama or Epstein. You can talk about those guys all day. So we need 20 guys, 7 minutes, baby. Let's get the dance, the bruv party. Let's go. Let's hit the dance, boss. Dude, let's go. A lot of TOS to remember. Yeah. I mean, you know, Instagram and YouTube are pretty good about TOS. Sneeko, we'll get there. Save that. We're going to get the secure the dance party first, and then we'll go get it. I mean, I guess I can grab the fucking copy the link. Dude. Got it. Yeah, man. Dude, TikTok is going crazy, guys. The censorship on TikTok keeps getting worse. I mean, I've been on there since 2020. Steve, go shoot. Let's go, baby. I've been on TikTok since 2020. And like, I've never seen the censorship as bad as it's gotten in the past year. YouTube has gotten a little, they've gotten a little tighter about like the Epstein stuff. Like if you're covering Epstein on YouTube, you do have to be very careful about talking about what happens to young people, right? Or you'll get demonetized. Dude, Kate, for the Pine Box coffers, let's go, dude. Ella, let's go. All right, guys, 17, baby. 17 away. Let's get it. Come on. Yeah, YouTube, you have to sort of dance through some hoops, but TikTok is like crazy, bro. TikTok is crazy. I get a video like removed for community guidelines on TikTok at least once a week, at least. And they're just, 99 times out of 100, there's nothing in those videos. I don't even know what it is. It's almost like thank you, Steve. If you talk about like certain topics, they just community guidelines strike it and they make you appeal, and then it doesn't come out for several days. Like it's almost like they slow the content down, right? If something happens with Epstein, you make a Trump Epstein, they will community guidelines strike it, and then they'll make you wait for like 4 days to appeal. And then when it finally ends up on your timeline, that shit is over, right? Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. They're really suppressing the shit out of stuff. Shin Godzilla, let's go, baby. All right, 14 away, baby. 14 away. It's crazy, man. To control and manipulate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know necessarily if it is, designed to control, manipulate. I will say this, though. One thing I will say is it was designed to be highly addictive, right? That's what TikTok was designed to be. Highly, highly addictive. And it is. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go, dude. Ella, let's go. Highly addictive. Like that shit is up there with like crack cocaine, boss. Dude, I find myself sometimes if, I'll just be scrolling. I'll be like, 30 minutes later, I'm like, what am I even looking at? Like, why am I even scrolling? I just can't stop scrolling. Dude, Korg, let's go. And so I kind of stopped watching it, which is why, it's why my TikTok's not really growing, because I don't, like, in order to grow it, you got to post content, and then you got to get in the comments and interact with people, and you got to like shit. And then you got to go on other people's shit and get in their comments and interact and like, you have to like participate on the platform to grow on it. And so I'm putting out content on Instagram and Threads and TikTok, but I'm not participating on the platforms very much. Maybe Instagram a little bit, but I pretty much have gotten off the TikTok thing. Dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. 3 minutes, guys. 10 away, baby. And I feel good about it. I do. I feel good about it because TikTok is pretty, I don't know, it's empty vessel now, especially with the TikTok shop. There's not really a lot of substance to be had on TikTok. And anything you can find on TikTok politically, you can find on better platforms that don't have the same sort of like, I don't know, brain numbing qualities. Right, 2 minutes, guys. This is it. It's go time, baby. We got this. We got it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hi ho. Hi oh. TikTok, here we go. Ba-da-da-bum-bum, ba-da-da-dun-dun. Dude, Twitter is just becoming a cesspool of misinformation. 145. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, bro. Dude. Yeah, TikTok, though, used to be like so good. In 2020, it was amazing. It really was, dude. It was amazing. All right, dude, 125. Here we go. Downtown. Do. James, let's go, dude. Still pictures. Let's go. Left Tiki when Z-Dude took over. Have a look back. Good for you, boss. All right, 1 minute, baby. Dude, that was probably the move, still pictures. I left TikTok when I stopped doing gaming, right? All right, guys, 8 remain, baby. 50 seconds, down to the wire, every time. Hey, Pine Box, 7 remain. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Little Paula. Oh! Let's go, Ella! Let's go, dude. Jake Cornett says Trump is the opposite of what would Jesus do. He sure is, boss. Lucy Lou's mom is LFG. Let's go, Korg. Let's go, baby. Dude, Tim Weaver. Let's go, buddy. Appreciate you, boss. All right, we are 2 away. We are 1 away. 15 seconds. Stop the stupidity. Here it is. Bringing it home. Coming home strong, baby. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, we didn't make it. Oh, we got to start over. Oh, shit. There it is. Korg, we did it. Let's go. That counts. Dude, let's go, dude. Thank you, Steve Go Shoot. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, let's go. You lost your account? Wasn't even monetized on YouTube? Yeah, that's weird that you would lose a non-monetized account. The internet was slow, blaming on your provider. No, we made it though. Dude, that shit counts, right? Oh, they posted on a private video. Had to do an onboarding because they flagged it. Oh, got it. Got it. Because they thought it was like, you know, I mean, guys, I will say this, you know, I will say this. My experience thus far has been that, like, you know, no social media platform is perfect. I mean, because when you think about this, guys, they have like the amount of content being uploaded on these platforms is like insane, guys. It really is. The amount of content is just mind-blowing, okay? The amount of stuff being uploaded. So for them to police all of that, I actually think social media sites, many of them work pretty well, okay? I think, you know, Instagram and YouTube right now are doing a really good job. Obviously, Twitter is the wild, wild west. Like Twitter, you're the only way you're going to get moderated in Twitter is all I've seen is if you call a woman the B word, okay? If you call a woman the B word in her replies and she reports you, you will get they'll make you remove the tweet, okay? They will consider that to be, if she doesn't report it, you'll be fine. But if you call a woman the B word, they, and she reports it, they'll lock your account until you delete the tweet, right? They'll do that on Twitter. And then one time they suspended me for a day on the day of the Super Bowl because I railed against like some Christian MAGA parents. And they suspended me for the day on Super Bowl day, right? I use it all the time on Twitter, but I use it for men now. And I don't really use it for women unless it's like a government account because they don't usually report it, right? Like I'll call Nancy Mace that, but I won't call an average woman that. On Twitter, you posted an image of a woman in a bikini and got banned. Dude, that seems weird, right? 𝗙cie𝗶𝗵𝗄𝗧𝗏. Dude, MAGA trolls. Maybe there's MAGA trolls. I don't know. I feel like for the most part, MAGA trolls don't do too much to me. You know, they leave me pretty well alone, dude. But dude, yeah, Candace is shredding Erika. Dude, shredding, bro. Shredding. Dude, you see Benny Johnson? Look at this. This is like Benny's, right? This is Benny's new, I don't know, I feel like this is Benny's new religion, right? Descendants of conservatives will be over 80% of America by 2100. This chart shows America's demographic destiny if today's fertility trends continue. Liberals are having fewer and fewer kids. They are a death cult. Meanwhile, conservatives are actually building families at the highest rate in decades. We are winning the long game in a landslide. As long as we raise our kids right and pass on our values, America's future looks absolutely glorious. Dude, but like, does Benny think that like liberal kids never come from conservative families? Like, bro, I feel like more liberal kids come from conservative families than from liberal families. You know, a lot of times with the liberal family, the kids will be somewhere in the middle. They might even moderate a little bit because the parents are so liberal. But like, dude, like I came from a conservative family, okay? Most of the liberals I know, 85% of the liberals I know came from conservative families. I mean, guys, when you look at it, part of the reason why they're like women are so liberal right now is because there's a lot of conservative families still left, right? I mean, part of it is they're getting educated and they're rebelling against patriarchy. But a lot of it is like, especially with women, okay? Women who grow up in conservative families will mostly become liberals, okay? Because those families are gross for women. They are gross, guys. They are. They treat the women like secondary to the sons. They don't like allow the women to have the same, empowerment. They're like terrible with women. Like, dude, I know Benny, dude, you never see Benny with his kids. Okay? You never see Benny with his kids. Right? You just don't. Right? Yeah. I did reply to him though today where I was like, dude, because he was kind of going off. Where is it? There was a good reply. A pretty good reply to Benny where I was like, dude, like, what are you doing, boss? Right? I'm like, dude, most liberals are kids born into conservative families, bro. I'm like, get out of the closet, Benny. Being secretly gay is really fucking you up, boss. Dude, he needs to come out, bro. That's really, guys, I feel like that's one of my like side quests in this life is I want Benny to come out. I do, dude. I want him to live free and prosper. Okay? Dude, he needs to come out, dude. Dude, look at that. And dude, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, dude, she's out there. I'm like, did your husband grape any of your staffers today? Dude. Oh shit. Dude, I am like, I've been out of control, dude, on the internet, boss. I have. I've been really enjoying it, though. Oh my God. All right. Dude, I want Benny. I want Benny to come out, dude. I want Benny to come out of the darkness and into the light. You know what I'm saying? All right. Dude. All right, moving along. Dude, thank you, Candace, for the entertainment with Erika. Dude, TPUSA is so done, bro. They're so done. That place is empty, boss. Oh, that would be hilarious. A change.org petition? A petition? Dude, MAGA tears, baby. Got those conservative tears, boss. So, all right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see we got. Dude, Vance got heckled. Dude, let's look at fucking Trump. Trump news. Dude, Trump was like, today was like a pretty chill fucking Trump day. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Oh, here we go.
Fox News alert, Trump just opened the Strait for business, unless you're going to Iran. In the first 24 hours of the Hormuz blockade, no ships from Iranian ports made it past our fleet. 6 merchant vessels tried, and they were turned around. If a ship doing business with Iran gets anywhere near the blockade, Navy SEALs will board it, put a gun to the captain's head, and turn it around. The Wall Street Journal reports that 20 commercial ships have passed through peacefully into the Persian Gulf. Now, when Iran controlled the Strait, that number was 0. Foreign tankers are starting to sail in and out, and Iranian ships aren't allowed to come in or out. CENTCOM says we have over 12 warships, 100 fighter and surveillance aircraft, and 10,000 service members out imposing the blockade, including the USS 𝗙C𝗵𝗄, our amphibious assault ship. It's currently positioned in the Arabian Sea with 3,500 sailors and Marines on board,
Dude.
including the 31st Expeditionary Unit. They've been doing night deck shooting drills.
Dude, he is so annoying, bro. I mean, he's in the punchable face competition. He's pretty, you know, I mean, dude, I feel like the top 4 if we looked at the punchable face competition, you know, Scott Bessent is up there and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, right? 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the guy who's always on Fox News. He is definitely up there. Dude, Scott Jennings. And then maybe number 4 would be Jesse Waters. Dude, Mike Johnson, pretty high up. But oh my God, dude. Dude, guys, this is costing us so much money. Okay? We are spending so much money, guys. And you know, like, I just don't think we're getting much out of this.
And our F-35 stealth fighter jets were seen taking off from the Tripoli, too, helping us maintain supremacy in the skies and the high seas.
Supremacy.
Soon coming to help, the USS Boxer. The 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit on board has been executing round-the-clock live-fire drills on the water as our armed forces prepare for the second phase of the blockade.
Clear the Straits of Hormuz. Make sure it's clear of mines. Open up other channels. We saw some of that going on this weekend. Next thing is secure it and provide escorts for the ships to come through it.
Dude, who the fuck is this guy, bro? Dude, seriously, yo, Fox News. Dude, I'm watching Jesse Waters. You need to get an intern, like, into the studio. You need to check this motherfucker's pulse, bro. Because I don't think this guy is alive. Dude, what the fuck is that? Like, it's like Boris Karloff, dude. Dude, holy shit. Right? Yeah, well, yeah, no, I mean, you see what's going on, guys. Here's what's going on. You ready? Okay, what's going on is this. All right, if we look at the Strait of Hormuz, all right, let's find a good image here that we can fucking get on. All right, here's a nice one that has all the like ship traffic. So here's what's going on. Is here's the Strait of Hormuz. There's like a 1 mile wide or 2 mile wide area where the tankers can go through this. Iran has shut this down. So the U.S. is blockading out here. Okay. So what Trump is now doing is saying a tanker that comes to load up with oil from Iran or goods from Iran, anything that's coming to Iran, the U.S. is making them turn around. So they're not letting anybody get in. Okay. They're not letting anybody get in here. Okay, that's what they're doing. And they figure, all right, so if these guys want Iranian oil and we won't even let them get in, then they can't get any oil. Iran can't make any money. Okay. And so they're preventing anybody from getting into here. All right. Which is like, right. So, I mean, or they're preventing anyone that's going to Iran from getting in there. But now though, here's the problem. Is if they let somebody in, like say they let a U.S. ship get in, how's it getting out? Like that's the thing that's curious because they're trying to prevent ships from getting in and buying goods from Iran. But anybody they let in, Iran can prevent them from getting out. So like, I mean, it's going to be weird to see what happens here. I would imagine if I was Iran, I would be like, figuring out other ways of getting goods out of the country by rail or right. So I don't know, man. I mean, it is an interesting, it's an interesting thing that, Trump is figuring like, because what had happened on, something that they didn't want to have happen is Iran closed the strait and then the U.S. lifted sanctions on Iran and then Iran started making a ton of money on oil. Okay. And then the U.S. was like, oh shit, we're basically refurbishing the whole Iranian military now because they're making billions, they're making billions every day. I mean, our military's not very smart, guys, So I don't know what's happening here, right? It's like, it's not a well thought out plan. It is a reactionary plan that they're trying to, prevent ships from going into Iran. But here's the problem though, guys. You ready? I mean, let's look at this fucking world map here. All right, let me just show you. Okay. So let's look at a world map here. I want to get a good big one that's fucking, there we go. Okay, you ready? So here's our fucking Strait of Hormuz over here. All right, there's our little Strait of Hormuz. So guys, the Red Sea is effectively shut off. Okay, the Houthis are like active again. And there's a strait right here that gets you into the Red Sea. So that the Red Sea going through here is kind of like a real danger zone for America or anybody having anything to do with us. Okay. So if America wants to grab these ships, right? Say Trump's plan is that America wants to we're going to sell them oil instead of Iran. Okay, so you ready? So a ship comes here and is trying to go into the Hormuz, and Trump says, nope, you can't go in and buy any oil, right, from there. So now maybe they go in and they go up the Red Sea or something, and they have a path up here that they do. But if he wants them to go to America, guys, they have to go all the way around Africa and all the way up, okay? And then all the way across to the fucking Gulf of Mexico. All the way there, dude. Now, that's a lot of fuel. That is a lot of extra meals for your crew. That is a lot of extra ship supplies. Like the cost of like turning a ship around here and going all the way around fucking Cape Horn in Africa and then all the way across the Atlantic to fucking Gulf of Mexico, that is a huge like time and expense. That's going to multiply the expense of that boat like by like 10. Okay. And yeah, extra weeks, dude, weeks. So, and we don't even have enough money or enough oil. We don't have enough oil production to like give all these people oil. Okay. So now, guys, I don't know what Trump's plan is here, because even if he rerouted all of these ships, it would take like 2 months for them to reroute, and then all the way back, like we're talking an insane extra expense. Whatever they bought from us by the time they got back to where they were going would be so expensive. It's like, it's almost economically not feasible. And we don't even have enough oil to provide all these boats with oil. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's crazy. Because, guys, you know why they have to go around Africa? You know why they have to go around Africa? Because they can't go through the Red Sea. Okay? Right? I mean, if, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's find a fucking, a map that's more zoomable. Right? Oh, there we go. I'm going to save this one, actually. Yeah, so we can look at it and zoom in. Because, like, here's the problem, guys. Okay? Because of the Houthis severely complicate this scenario. Okay? Because, right? They can't come up through here. Okay? Nothing can come up through here because there's a fucking strait right here that's being closed off. So, like, dude, if you want to even go from here to anywhere here, you have to go all the way around Africa, bro. Dude, that's a long trip, dude. Around Africa, that is a long, long ass trip, dude. Trump is a terrible businessman, dude. Right? Terrible businessman. Yeah, no, I know. Kate, yeah, no, all of Europe is really strung out, right? Right? Because, like, you know, because the thing is normally there's, I don't know, I think it's here, the Suez Canal, okay? The Suez, like normally what would happen is if these boats can't get here, then go around here through the Red Sea, and you go through the Suez Canal and you have access to everything in the Mediterranean. But now, if the Houthis are like being persnickety down here and not letting boats go through the Red Sea, now anything that comes here and can't get in there or comes out of there and needs to get to the Mediterranean Sea has to go all the way around Africa. So then you have all that extra fuel and oil being used. Like, think about this, guys. Think about the amount of oil it takes for a tanker to get turned away from the Persian Gulf to sail all the way around Africa and all the way here to then pick up oil and then use all that oil to go all the way back to wherever it is. I mean, bro, it's so stupid. This is the dumbest thing. Like, the whole world, Trump is going to put the entire fucking world into a recession. Okay? He is. He is putting the whole world into a recession. Dude, it's going to be like the pandemic. Like, he's creating a pandemic-like disturbance, you know, for nothing, bro. Right? And yeah, that's why they built the Panama Canal, because sailing around fucking South America was insane. Okay? And so now Trump's like, oh yeah, come to America. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, what is that? Like, let me see. Let's see, how long is that? Sailing from Strait Let's see what that is. Strait of Hormuz around Africa to Gulf of Mexico. How long? How many miles? So sailing from the Strait of Hormuz around Cape Hope, right? Cape of Good Hope to the Gulf of Mexico is 11,000 to 13,000 nautical miles and 4 to 6 weeks one way, guys. That is an extra 30 days to 6 weeks one way. So that's 3 months of extra travel time, dude. 2 to 3 months, bro. And guys, for all of that travel time, that extra like 2 months, that's 2 months of food for the crew, 2 months of supplies for the crew, 2 months of supplies for the boat, right? 2 months of oil and whatever other energy sources they need for the boat. I mean, that's crazy expensive, guys. That is crazy expensive. And oh, it's the Cape of Good Hope. So Cape Horn is I had the wrong capes, guys. Cape Horn is the one at the bottom of South America, right? Yeah. That's my bad. It's the Cape of Good Hope is the one on Africa. That's on me. I have the wrong capes, guys. Dude, that's nuts, bro. Yeah, Cape Horn is down here, right? It's the Cape of Good Hope. Dude, right? Isn't that wild, boss? Dude, wrong cape. My bad. Dude, I mean, at this point, yeah, it's wild, though. Because, guys, if you think about it, I don't think it's very feasible. Like, if there's a boat coming here, right? I don't know how feasible it is to redirect that thing and send it all the way to America to get some oil. Like, there's no fucking way, bro. That is like an extra, you know what I'm saying? That is crazy, dude. Right? See? Look at this shit. It goes direct in, and then normally they go through, right? They go through the Suez and through here, right? And that's how you service like Europe, right? But like hardly anything goes around this. It's just not fucking very economical, dude. Yeah, the cost of instead of going like this, the cost of instead going all the way around here is insane, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking insane, dude. This is insane. Yeah, nobody goes down around here anymore, boss. Fucking A, bro. Fucking crazy, boss. Dude, Trump is an idiot, dude. He is. Dude, Trump is so dumb, guys. He is so dumb. Like, he's just not. He's not very smart, right? And so here we are, guys. Dude, Trump, look at him. I am a doctor. Oh, look, they're fighting, though. Look at that, dude. Dude, Riley Gaines is fighting with Laura Loomer, right? And fucking, and then Trump said, I don't like Riley. Dude. They added a demon. Who added a demon in the repost? Oh, and then people like, dude, Roger Stone's kid is attacking Laura Loomer. I mean, they're all fighting in the sky. Oh, this thing in the sky. I was wondering what this was. It looks like Ant-Man or whatever. Iran knew to close the strait. Why didn't 𝗙𝗃𝗃 try to prevent it from happening? Yeah, I mean, guys, when I think about this Iran war, it's real simple, guys. You know, they should have secured the strait first. Okay? Hello? That was the one piece of real estate. Like, if they're going to attack Iran, okay, they should have secured the fucking, right? They should have secured the strait right away and then attack Iran. The original had it as a soldier? No, I don't think so. Right? Here's the original. This is the original tweet, right? Are you talking about the original from way back when, like January or something? Blasphemaxing? Dude, they should have had this strait secured from the beginning, guys. Right? They did not have a solid plan. Okay? Oh, this is not the original? Yeah. Dude, I love to see him fight, though, guys. I do. I love to see him fight. Oh, China will no longer be able to get oil from Iran. Dude, hey, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗃, you ready, buddy? You realize, I don't know if you guys know this, but you know that trains exist, right? 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 You know that trains exist, okay? So I don't know if you shut down the Strait of Hormuz, I think China will still be able to get oil from Iran. There are trains, right? Or yeah, they can get it from Russia too. But like, dude, come on. Dude, these guys are so done. Dude, when enemies are fighting, don't interrupt them. That is great advice. I love watching these guys fight, dude. Right? Oh, here's Stephen Miller, dude. This was his performance today. Watch this clip, dude. Oh, shit. What am I doing here? This is wild, dude.
Never listen to a panickin, Jesse. You will do very well in life. Ignore the panicins, right? They were the ones who warned of calamity in Venezuela and ended up being one of the greatest single foreign policy, military, geopolitical maneuvers in world history. What you're watching now in Iran with the implementation of this blockade is the total resetting of the American power dynamic.
Why does he look like he's talking like this? What you are seeing now is the dynamic of the American power dynamic. The greatest military thing in history. Dude, he looks so weird, dude. What a penis head,
for the next 100 years. President Trump is saying, we, the United States, have the world's not just most powerful military, most powerful Navy. Oh. And whoever controls the seas is able to control the outcomes in any foreign policy showdown. And so President Trump has put Iran in a box. He's played the checkmate move. And so now, no matter what path Iran chooses, America wins. If Iran chooses the path of a deal, then that's great for the world. That's great for everybody. If Iran chooses the path of economic strangulation by blockade, then the world will pass Iran by. New energy routes will be established. New supply chains will be established. Other nations throughout the region, throughout the world, and especially America, will power the world, and Iran will become a footnote. So,
dude, he is so like, this guy is living in a fantasy land, dude. Right? Like, we don't have the resources to power the world, bro. We don't have the resources to power ourselves. Okay? And I know he keeps talking about Venezuela, guys, but like, we don't control all of the Venezuelan oil and resources. And saying that we do or thinking we do is like fucking bullshit. Okay? We don't like there, you know what I'm saying? Like, Maduro's not there, but it's not like we just have all of Venezuela is ours to just for the taking. I mean, they keep saying that, but that's just not true, man. You know what I'm saying? That is just not accurate.
That's the choice Iran has, and President Trump has put America into a win-win posture.
You know, they accuse the president of having no strategy. He's just kind of flying by the seat of his pants. You look at Venezuela, you look at drill, baby, drill. You look what's happening with Iran and the Strait, and now China, Indonesia.
Yeah, let's look at what's happening with those deportations there, boss. Right? Let's look at that. Let's look at what's happening with the energy prices. Right? If you want to look at Trump. Is Stephen Miller right or wrong? Let's go, JD. Dude, you know what I'm saying? You look at the price of everything. Ground beef, gas, right? Insurance, fucking, right? You know what I mean? Like, bro, dude, crazy. Now, I will say this, okay? I am prepared to say this, that them getting in and out with Maduro and capturing him, that happened like very easily for them. And so they thought whatever they were walking into with Netanyahu and Iran was going to be just like that, guys. Okay? That's what they thought. They thought they were going to come in, they were going to bomb the shit out of Iran, kill a bunch of people, and it was just going to be like a done deal. And it would be like a 2-day thing, and Trump would be like, oh, look, I just knocked out Iran. Everything's over. But they like grossly underestimated what Iran was prepared to do, like to stay in the fight, to close the strait, to, you know, take out some planes and fire on some boats and just create chaos. And then they remove sanctions, and now they're blockading the blockade. And like, you know, they have no idea. Like, you ready for this? You may have noticed every Trump move is simply a reaction to an Iran move. Okay? The U.S. is not directing, right? They keep saying that Iran's beaten, Iran's over. Well, okay. If Iran is beaten and Iran's over, you should be directing the outcome from here. But they're not. Like, Iran makes a move, and then the U.S. makes a move. And Iran makes another move, and then the U.S. makes another move. Right? It is like Trump is reacting the whole time. And now his big idea is, I'm going to blockade the blockade, and he thinks it's going to force Iran's hand to give up. But now he's going to wait and see what Iran does. And depending on what Iran does, Trump may have to think of a whole nother strategy. And meanwhile, we're all getting soaked, right? We are getting soaked. Dude, no, like Europe, I feel like Europe is really sort of taking the brunt of this. And I'll be honest, I don't think Trump gives a shit. I think he wants to punish Europe. Seriously, at this point, I feel like Trump is trying to fuck Europe over. He is purposely like making Europe suffer because they have like, you know, not acquiesced to his bullshit. Okay? He is totally like trying to impact them heavily, you know? Dude, he's a fucking degenerate, boss. You know? And yeah, we're getting hammered too, man.
The deals we've cut with the Japanese and the South Koreans, it does look like there's a strategy to counter the Chinese and make America energy dominant. Why don't they accept that? If I can see it, well, they should be able to see it too.
Dude, why don't they see it?
Because it's a total discrediting, Jesse, of the corrupt politicians and corrupt systems that brought America to its knees. Our wealth, our treasure, our power has been bled from us for 50 years. We won World War II, and then we decided that we were going to get rid of the Department of War, we were going to get the Department of Defense, and we were going to have a politically correct foreign policy. And we sent away our jobs, we sent away our wealth, we sent away our industry, and we...
All right, so we sent away our jobs, our wealth, and our industry, and that's why Iran's not giving up? Right? Dude, what is this answer? Why is Iran, if we beat them and it's over, why are they not giving in? He's like, oh, America sent away our jobs, sent away our wealth, sent away my nuts. Dude, Uncle Trumpy got my nuts in a diaper. Dude, what is he even talking about?
We give other countries a chance to compete against us. President Trump has used trade policy, energy policy, manufacturing policy, and yes, hard military power to ensure another century of American dominance. And what's important for your viewers to understand is our quality of life that we have in America is purchased by American strength. The reason why our GDP per capita blows every other nation out of the water is because of American strength. That's why we're able to enjoy the life that we enjoy, but it was threatened as never before until President Trump said, we are going to be a proud, powerful, mighty nation again. And that's what you're seeing right now play out in the Middle East.
Dude, yeah, thank you for not answering the question. Dude, yeah, what an idiot from American strength. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Dude, all of our GDP and shit soared, guys, like when we're not fighting wars, okay? If you look at the wars, okay, the wars, every time we were at war, we were not soaring. At the end of Bush's war, we had the fucking collapse, like the subprime mortgages, the collapse of the auto industry, the collapse of the banking industry, real estate collapse. Dude, in the 80s, after the first Gulf War, we didn't boom. There's never been a booming from war. You never boom from war. I mean, if you have defense stocks, you boom from war. You know, if you have oil stocks, you can sell off when the price goes way up. You can boom from war. But like, dude, in general, people do not. Nations do not. Right? Dude, Trump says the Iran war is over. All right? Oh, here we go. This was today.
I had to divert because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now...
Dude, just look at this guy. Like, look at him. Dude, do you hear the way he's talking? How he sounds kind of like drunk a little bit, or like I'm, you know, he sounds a little like Robert De Niro in fucking Raging Bull. He's got some like CTE. And he's like, oh, is the war over? Yeah, it's kind of over. Yes, I consider it over. Oh, dude, he is fucking raging bullshit.
I had to divert because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir.
Now, supposedly we destroyed all their nuclear facilities back in June. So if we destroyed all their facilities, how could they have a nuclear weapon right now? Dude, they weren't going to have a nuclear weapon right now. Okay? I mean, we didn't destroy their shit and they weren't going to have a nuclear weapon.
And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
Dude, yeah. Here's the problem, Trumpy. You ready? they're not concerned about rebuilding their country. Okay? They're not. I will give you a hint, Trumpy. Iran's strategy isn't like, oh my God, it's going to take us 20 years to rebuild the country, so we better be careful what we do with the U.S. Like, dude, Iran they don't care if it takes them 500 years to rebuild their country. They want to simply damage us as much as possible, economically, militarily, mostly, I believe, economically. They don't care. They do not care if they ever get rebuilt. What they care about is weakening U.S. power and U.S. economic might in any way possible. So it's like they're not even playing to win. They're playing to wreak havoc. Okay? That's really, when you think about it, I mean, it's a solid strategy, guys. I mean, did you ever see Red Dawn? Remember Red Dawn, guys? Okay, Red Dawn was a movie that was big in the 80s. Leah Thompson was in it. It was this big movie about, you know, we get attacked, and this renegade band of like high school kids fight the attackers. But like when you are the little guy, when you are the person without the might, you fight to disable. You don't fight to win. You don't fight to overpower. You just fight to disable. That's it. That's the whole strategy. And when you do that, you're not exerting yourself. It's like the person taking all the punches, the person doing the full offensive work, they're the ones getting drained. I mean, even if you look at two boxers, okay, if you have two heavyweight boxers and one guy's punching a lot, the other guy just gets to where they can take the blows and they just wear that guy down, okay? And then when that guy's worn down, they look for a weak spot and they hit it. And then they wear him down some more. And so it's like crazy for all of your military might. It's like, it's almost like the person that is doing it to wearing down, they have an advantage. They have a distinct advantage because they're not expending all their resources. They're not exhausting their energy by constantly being on the attack. All they have to do is survive and then wait until there's a weak spot, and then they hit it, and then they survive, and then they hit it, and then they survive, you know? Dude, yeah, Trump hasn't said what his goal is, but see, that's just it, Callie. They don't have a goal, okay? They don't have a goal, and that's what I've said from the beginning, that I feel like our real danger here is that, like, Trump can't tell you when this war is over. They don't know, right? The only thing is unconditional, like Iran signed some sort of resolution to acquiesce to all their demands, and that's never going to happen, you know? So it's like without them having a concrete idea of what the war being over even looks like we're in trouble, dude. They don't even know when the war's over. What did Trump say? He said, I'll feel it in my bones. Like, oh shit, dude. Yeah. That is rough, bro. Oh no, dude. Yeah, no, let's watch that. Dude, we're going to watch Cenk and fucking defending Tucker. Yeah, no, this guy's is dangerous, dude. Dude, this is a really dangerous situation. I mean, obviously we have a not smart guy. Okay, we have a stupid president with unqualified advisors and agency heads leading us into a war for a country that's out of control, and nobody knows what the end point is. Nobody knows what the end point is, dude. Right? And we're spending a lot of money, bro. Oh, look at this. Donald Trump announced on Fox News the Iran war is over. But, dude, I don't think it is. Dude, I love these. Oh, yeah, that one's good. Dude, and then off into the pit of hell. Dude, that one's a good one. You ready? Look at this. Look at the Republicans now. All right, remember how concerned these guys were about gas prices? Watch this, guys.
We're the leading producer of oil in the world. We're exporting more than we're importing. We're not standing in lines. That overall wages have been growing faster than inflation under this president. Here it is. It's going to be tax day very soon, and Americans are going to get an extra $1,000 or $1,500 rebate as well. So I'm sorry the gas prices are going up, but help is on its way. And your national security, yes, is even more important than your pocketbook.
Oh, your national security is now more important than your pocketbook. But like, guys, can we talk about the taxes, right? Because this guy said, oh, you're going to have an extra $1,000 to $1,500 coming back with your rebate. But like, guys, $1,000 is nothing, okay? And I don't mean to like kick a gift horse, but if I'm getting $1,000 tax break, that's nothing, guys. That's fucking nothing, bro. $1,000 is like nothing. It is nothing, dude. It's not even covering the tariffs. Dude, literally, guys, you ready? It's like, dude, that's covering like $1,000 will cover like two or three water bills. That's it. Okay? One utility covered for, 3 cycles. I mean, dude, that is nothing. You know what I'm saying? You got back much less this year. I paid more this year, but I made more. So I knew I was going to pay some more. But the fact that, like, I mean, this shit is crazy. What they're saying, oh, you're going to get $1,000 back. But dude, the price of gas, okay, you ready? If you use, say you fill up 4 times, 25-gallon tank, use 100 gallons of gas, okay? That price of gas in your place went from $2.50 to $4.50. So your 100 gallons of gas a month is $200 more. That means, right? February, March, April, May, by the time summer starts, your tax refund is gone, dude. Right? Just on gas. You know what I mean? You've gotten nothing. You paid no bills. You've gotten ahead on nothing. You're still in debt. Literally, by the time you get to summer, you have spent that tax rebate. Right? And Elon, though, how much are they going to save? Elon and Bezos, or the families making $10 million. How much are they getting back? They're getting back like what, $400,000? They're going to be able to buy their kids a house with their fucking tax rebate, right? The wealthy people are going to buy their kids a starter home, a starter $600,000 home for Junior who just graduated from college. He gets a $600,000 starter home from their tax rebate, and you get nothing. You get to stand outside and somebody from the IRS comes over and kicks you right in the fucking nuts and then picks your pocket and walks away. Dude, right? That's the world we're living in. Oh, all right. Shit. That doesn't seem too good. I don't like that. I don't know. Or you call this the big, beautiful bill. I mean, this is kind of like the big bullshit bill, dude. What the hell, bro? Dude. Boy. Dude, all right, here we go. You ready?
They're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. the whole world is watching and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military.
Dude, I'm sorry. I hate to disagree with you, Mr. President, but my children watching the brilliance of the United States military being unable to open the Strait of Hormuz or rescuing a downed fighter pilot is not simultaneously while the country is going to hit 40 trillion in debt. I don't think this is actually for the benefit of our future. All right, let's see. How much have we spent on this war? Let's see. Iran war cost tracker. Estimated U.S. cost $0. I don't think that's accurate. It says, dude, but it's. I mean, it says here the first 6 days were 11 billion, and it's been $1 billion a day ongoing, right? All right, let's see how much this is costing us. So far, the U.S. has spent fucking 51 billion. Oh, there it is. Oh, they moved their website. 51 billion. That's crazy, dude. Is the estimated cost. $41 million per hour. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, dude, that's crazy, guys. $1 billion a day. That means 1,000 million. That means they could literally, you ready for this, guys? They could give 1,000 families $1 million every single day, and it would be the same amount as we're spending on this war. Right? Every day we're going to have a lottery, and we're going to give 1,000 families $1 million. And we're going to do that for 6 months or a year, right? I mean, dude, to me, that seems like it would be better than fucking this, okay? Every day they could, right? I mean, doesn't that fucking seem like a better expenditure? This is crazy. Yeah, we have no money, guys. Yikes. Dude. Such a waste, bro. Such a waste. And then they say, yeah, no, I saw that the Hungarian government was paying 𝗙CIH, was funding 𝗙CIH. Isn't that crazy? Dude. This is just such an outrageous waste of money, boss. Like, it's fucking sad, actually, when you think about it. All right. So here, let's see this fucking 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀 thing. All right. Dude, Tucker Carlson and 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀. All right. Dude, what is this, bro? This is so crazy, dude. That, like, 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀 is doing these really obscure... Dude, what the fuck, bro? All right, I'm going to grab a snack, and then we're going to look at this, and then we'll end with Sneeko getting punched. Dude, whoa. Dude, what is... This guy's look, dude. This guy is serious, bro. Serious. Ugh. Yeah, like the stream, guys. Like the stream. Hit the love button. Dude, Mayflower Kid, let's go. 50% likes from the current viewers. Let's go. Dude, that's pretty good, man. I'll be honest, guys. If you, like, with the total thing, if you can get, like, 10% of the total views as likes, you're doing good. But I'm gonna play a song, okay? I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be back in, like, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then we're gonna fire this up, guys. We're gonna fucking bring it home strong. All right, we're gonna look at a little Cenk 𝗙𝗃𝗃 with his Tucker Carlson, you know, knob polishing obsession. Oh, Tucker! Oh, come here, buddy. Right? And then we're gonna see Sneeko take a punch. We'll end with that. That'll be some good news, right? Some good news, words to live by, dude. Nothing quite like watching, red pill influencers take one on the dome, right? Dude, you know what's funny, guys? Is like. Yeah, all of these, like, The Hill is a little on the conservative side. I don't know if you guys pay attention to The Hill, but they tend to lean towards the Trumpian conservative world a little bit. They're definitely a little, like right-wing doomery. But, like, dude, these guys all look so, like this guy looks like he has no joy in his life, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what does he do for joy? He watches, small animals go through, like, a fucking, like, a baseball bat conveyor belt or something. You know what I mean? Like, dude, it's just so, like, I don't know what these guys do. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Hang tight.
freedom. Always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention. You never will.
Oh yeah, baby.
I will overanalyze and fall victim. But when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again,
All right, let's go. Dude, let's go. You have to do taxes today? Dude, I got mine done early, right? I did them all in one day, one crazy adventure on fucking Sunday. It was a gnarly day, but like, you know, it was good. It was good. It was good shit. But yeah, normally I'm like literally filing mine on the 15th. I like put it off almost like, I don't know. I just don't like doing them. If you do them early, it's because the guy owes you. Yeah, that's true. Even when I've gotten refunds though, I like wait. I do. I don't know why I do that. Even when I get a refund, I just wait. I just don't like the process. Like, I don't like money. I know that may sound crazy, but I don't like money. I don't like capitalism. I don't like assigning value based on like unreal things. And I don't like, attributing your value and your value to the world based on how much of this made up shit you possess. And so my relationship with money is I've never in my life, I have never budgeted ever. Okay. I'm 56 years old. I have never once done a budget. I have not in like 35 years ever like balanced a checkbook or anything like that. I don't budget. If I don't have enough money, I earn more. I've always worked on money generation. Okay. Whereas like if I'm, instead of budgeting to fit how much money I have, I spend money and then I go out and make money to be able to pay it off. That's how I've always lived, right? So I don't do the budgeting thing. I've never done that shit. And I'm bad with money because I don't care about it, right? I don't care about it. I don't fucking, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not good with it at all. I'm not good at managing it, I'm just like, if I don't have any money, I try to figure out ways to generate more. But I don't like it. I feel like money fucking fucks people up, dude. You know what I'm saying? It does. It's like people will fight over money. Like, man, a parent dies and then all the kids start fighting over the estate and shit. And like, nobody trusts anybody with money and like, oh, are you holding out on me? Right? It like turns everyone into like, I don't know, people get all weird about it. So what I've done, you ready? I'm eating hot dogs. But what I have done, guys, and this is not necessarily a good idea. I'm not saying this is good and you should do this. I'm saying this is how I've chosen, and it comes with its own pluses and minuses. But like for me, guys, I have made a very conscious effort of not living for money. Okay? Like I know that a lot of people like worry about not having enough, and so their life is consumed by making sure that their money is okay. So their safety is tied to their money. And like, I've made sure that my safety is not tied to money. Okay. Money does not make me feel safe, right? I can have, 15 grand in the bank or 200 in the bank, and my safety and well-being is the same in both of those instances because I don't attach safety to money. Money is just this necessary evil that I have to interact with in the course of living. And if I don't have enough, I have to find a way to go generate more. I got to get a side hustle or whatever, or find a better like money-making opportunity. But I don't tie my safety to money. I tie my safety to like my own emotional well-being, right? And that to me has made my life like really helpful. Like when I lose a job, I don't go into a panic. You know what I'm saying? There's things like that. Like I used to watch it. My parents, money was safety. So when they lost a job, it was like the end of the fucking world. And like with me, when I lose a job, I'm like, I don't really like that job anyway. So I guess it's time for me to go, And like, I think, you know what I'm saying? I think that like, it's been helpful for me to not feel safe from money, right? That's kind of, Dude, yeah, no, the big, beautiful bill is fucking bullshit. All right, I'm going to finish my hot dogs and then we'll do Cenk. They have the ability to do tax for us. The whole filing BS is a racket to sell tax services. It is. And I'll be honest, guys, the filing BS is also like it also allows people to, game the system. Because the tax system, like every other system in capitalism, guys, it's gameable, okay? All of these systems are created to be gameable, and right? They are. That's what you do. You hire a tax professional, and they show you how to game the systems. Like all the financial systems are like gameable. And it gets pretty complicated when you have a lot of money, right? It does. I mean, I've never really had a lot, so I've never had to worry too much about that. Like, I don't even know, when you have somebody like Joe Rogan and he gets like $200 million deal, what does somebody do if they get a check for $200 million, right? You know what I mean? Like, what do you even do? Because banks only insure to $250,000. So what are you going to do? You're going to put that $200 million in fucking 800 banks? You don't want to just leave it in the bank. I mean, I guess you could put a bunch of it into like a hedge fund or something, buy a bunch of stocks, right? I mean, buy a bunch of real estate, you know? I mean, it's just crazy to think about coming into a windfall like that. Punk rock lifestyle teaches you how to live on virtually nothing. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, for me, the punk rock lifestyle has been, for me, the punk rock lifestyle has been more about just DIY, which means like, you know, I've learned a whole bunch of skills. You know, I've learned to do things myself. Like when I was a musician, I didn't wait for a record label. I would make recordings and, you know, hire publicists and go on tour and book my own tours. And so I got to see the whole country. Instead of waiting for a record deal or somebody to sign me, I just got out there and made the tours happen. I became my own booking agent, became my own web designer, became my own, you know, like promoter, my own flyer maker, right? So for me, punk was more about like, you know, not letting lack of help prevent me from achieving things I wanted to chase, right? You know, and that's kind of been my thing on it. And, you know, I think some of it, you ready for this, guys? I'm going to drop some knowledge here. There's a side effect from the DIY lifestyle, okay? So when you live DIY, which means like if you need to get something done, you learn how to do it yourself and you get it done yourself, right? You become your own booking agent, your own flyer maker, whatever, your own editor. You develop an innate confidence that anything is possible, right? Because it's like, oh, I need a website and I can't afford to pay somebody $2,000 for a website. So I'm going to learn HTML and I'm going to make a website. And then you make a website, you learn HTML, and it's like two things happen. One, it's like, oh shit, I can make websites. And now I have a cool website and it didn't cost me any money. And now that I learned how to make a website, now I can go charge somebody to make their website. So not only have I made my own website, but I now have a skill that I can charge somebody for that doesn't want something super complicated. But now I've made myself more able to increase my resources. You know what I mean? And I made my own website. Whereas if I had hired somebody to make my website, I would have spent a bunch of money on it and I would not have had a skill that I can now monetize. And so over the course of my life, I monetized, like I owned my own recording studio. I designed websites. I would do graphic design for people, design posters. I would do work in Adobe Illustrator. You know what I mean? Like everything I used for my band, I would then monetize in some way and have other sources of income, right? When I learned how to edit, I started editing for people, editing films, editing short trailers for people, editing, you know, low budget commercials, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's one of the things that's really cool with the DIY lifestyle is then you can like become a person who has, you know, 20 different ways to make money, right? To, you know, and so I've always liked that. Like I've liked having these skills that I can monetize, you know what I mean? Cause I think, especially if you don't want to live beholden to money, one of the best ways you can do that is have 20 different ways that you can make money. So like when I was, you know, waiting tables, if I needed money, I could be like, shit, you need a website, right? At one point I was working at a bar and the bar owner's like, oh, I need a website. I don't even know where to start. I'm like, dude, I got you. How much you want to spend? And then I negotiated a deal with him. I made him a website. And there you go. There was an extra like $800, $1,000, just like that. And like, right? And so that kind of shit is like, I think a really cool offshoot of DIY. Like you end up, having just a zillion ways. Used Quark Express. Dude, that's old school, dude. Quark. Dude, that shit is like, that was the standard, layout program back when I worked in the marketing department at UCLA, right? Because that was my first main job, was I worked in the marketing department at UCLA Extension. And basically the department I worked in, we made the catalog, okay? So that's was my first job. I did press releases on mimeograph. I used a mimeograph machine, and they had a photo developing studio in there that they would take the photos and put them into Quark and layout. And I used to just like absorb that shit. I was not in the art department. I was in the marketing department, but I spent all my time in the art department because they were like the really well-dressed, like cool people. I liked the art department people. All the people in marketing, the writers were like kind of weird. So I would hang out with all the art department people, right? And that's fucking, that was like, that was my world, dude. When I was like 19, dude, that was my job. But I tell you what, though, I feel like working in marketing, like my whole life has been based on marketing, right? It's wild that was like my first job out of college. And while I was in college, it was like one of my early jobs in college that I kept after I quit school. But like, I've been in marketing my whole life, essentially, You know what I mean? All of my disciplines were about that, right? It's good shit. Let's go. Dude, yeah, no, the zines were cool, man. The zines were very cool. Currently marketing myself. Yeah, I mean, it's wild. When I started streaming Fortnite, what made me have a career in Fortnite was like, I didn't really know anything about the game of Fortnite. I just enjoyed it, but I had been making movies, making music, singing, dancing, doing marketing, working online on Twitter. I was an editor and a sound designer. Like, I had so many skills that I stepped into like streaming Fortnite, and like everything that you needed to launch a channel, I was like good at, even though I wasn't that good at the game. Like the marketing and all of the presentation and how to interact and like build a following or whatever. I'd been doing that my whole life in music and whatever ventures. So it was like, I don't know, it's that kind of shit is really cool. Jack of all trades, but master of none. Yeah, I've definitely grappled with some of that. But, it's true. That is the one downside. But master of some, yeah, I think that's actually true. Because you do get mastery at certain shit, right? Conservatism is terrorism. Yeah, I mean, guys, I think conservatism is unnatural, okay? That's really what I think. If you look at it, and here's why, okay? Conservatism wants to, like, reduce change, okay? Conservatism is a synonym for remaining traditional, right? They like to think of themselves as legacy or heritage. But the state of the universe, the natural state of being, is constant, often radical change, okay? Like, we are in a constant state of development and change. So if you are living conservatively and you are trying to like reduce the amount of change, or you are trying to like exact yourself to traditions, you are not living with the natural order of things. The natural order of things is to exist in a state of constant evolution that is being informed by everything you're interacting with. Okay? If the rain interacts with the mountain to create a valley, which creates a river, which then overflows and creates a marsh, you know what I'm saying? It's like you interact with that which you come in contact with, and you let all of that continue to evolve you. And that is the natural order of things, right? Adaptation, yes. Adapting, evolution, a constant state of growth and change. And like conservatism, by its very nature, tries to slow change, tries to stop change, and tries to impose a sense of non-changing order. And it's stupid. It's unnatural. The whole thing is unnatural. dude, look at what Justin said. Dude, that's funny, Justin. Oh, shit, dude. Let me see, dude. I'm going to look at those two definitions. Conservatism definition is commitment to traditional values and ideas with opposition to change or innovation, right? Dude, commitment to traditional values and ideas with opposition to change or innovation. Completely unnatural, dude. And you know, that other word is the action of delaying or slowing the progress or development of something. Dude, they are kind of the same, dude. Dude, that's wild, bro. Justin, you're spot on. That's funny. All right, let's jank it up, baby. We got 10 minutes of jank polishing Tucker Carlson's knob. Are you ready? Yeah, man. Dude, I think, guys, like, for me, dude, evolution is fucking amazing. It is amazing, bro. I have lived so many, like, I've been lucky, man. I've lived a lot of different lives in this life, bro. You know? You know what I'm saying? Dude, I see people complain about globalism, guys. I feel like globalism is the answer, dude. Globalism is the answer. A singular humanity, guys. If one person suffers, we all suffer. I don't see anything wrong with that idea of globalism. You know what I mean? That to me seems really good. You were censored? Yeah, YouTube does that, boss. I'm sorry. But globalism is really, you don't need globalism in the form of like a singular government, but you do need globalism in the form of addressing, like, how everything you do impacts like the global entity, right? You know what I mean? Because like humanity is a shared web, and it doesn't matter. There's no borders in humanity. There's no borders in that shared energy, you know? You know what I mean? And guys, I have found, you ready? I don't know how you guys do it, but my secret of success, it usually comes down to two things, right? And one of them, like one of the secrets of my success is avoiding resentment, okay? Like resentment needs to be constantly flushed from the system, okay? Every time you have a setback, every time you feel like somebody wronged you, every time you really, really want something, you don't get it, you have to be real careful to not carry resentment, because if you get resentful, you lose your passion. You don't wake up excited anymore when you're resentful about the things you didn't get or the things that didn't work out for you or the way this person didn't help you or the fact that you got fucked over, right? Or something unfair happened. So no resentment. You gotta like resentment free. And that applies to my interactions with other people. I ask for the world, but I expect nothing. And when people say no to me or don't help me, I do not resent them for that. I just keep asking. Okay, so that's number one, is making sure I don't carry resentment, because then I lose my passion. And that's a big one, right? The resentment one. But then the other thing that I think, dude, now I fucking lost my point of view. Hold on. Dude, I talked so long about resentment. The other problem, the other thing I believe in is being verbose, right? There you go. Forgetting what you're saying. But resentment is like it's a poison pill for me. So I stay away from that, right? Keeps me passionate, keeps me excited, right? And then the other, I guess yeah, no, I know I'm talking about the secret of my success, but I fucking can't remember what the other one was, right? Because there's a handful, but I had boiled it down to 2 in my head, right? And then I went off on the resentment tangent, and I forgot what the other one was, because there are like a fucking storehold of things, but like my brain is not working like it once did, right? It's a heavy feeling to carry around. No, resentment is. Like, resentment is tough because you can end up like a Republican if you get too much resentment. I mean, that's the right wingers. They're all based on resentment. You know what I'm saying? They are. They're absolutely, their whole worldview is based on resentment. You know, it is. It's really tough. But avoiding resentment is like, yeah, no, I know. I was talking about evolution, and then I was thinking about success. Dude, now I'm annoyed, bro. Because I'm like, why can't I remember this? It was like right there. Hold on. Let me just process for a minute here. All right. Humanity towards others? No, that's definitely good. All right. Dude, now I forget. Yeah, no, I have glitched out. I mean, dude, I have glitched out. The other one was having a memory like the elephant, setting a goal. No, I'm not really like a super goal setter. You know what I'm saying? I'll be honest, for me, the resentment one is the most important because that keeps me passionate, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you need, in any endeavor, you need to show up, and you need to show up and be really excited. And you can't do that if you're resentful and bitter about like all your losses. So the resentment is like, not getting resentful is definitely my number one sort of thing of like, you know, making sure that I'm not fueled on resentment and like losing my passion for things so I can go with the ups and downs, right? You know, when I'm like, you know, I mean, whenever you're chasing something or trying to build something or trying to get something, there's always a lot of setbacks, right? And you don't want to lose, you know, I don't know if you've heard this saying, but I have this thing on my back wall that's about action. And, you know, one of the lines in there is that success is going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. And I think that thought is really revolutionary in a way that, right? That the like not losing your enthusiasm during setbacks is really how you build success. You know what I'm saying? It's like because you can't be successful without a bunch of like failures and setbacks. But the question is can you stay excited when you're constantly grappling with setbacks? You know what I mean? Because a lot of people, as soon as they have a bunch of setbacks, they get discouraged and then they go and change what their goal is, right? Seriously. So number one, people don't really fail. They just, anytime they fail, they get discouraged and they don't want to like start over again. And so if you can find a way to fail and you wake up after the failure really excited to try again, you like win. You know what I'm saying? You really win the game in a major way. It's like that enthusiasm factor is huge, right? It is fucking huge. Oh, yeah, now I remember. I think now I remember. So the one thing, it was about the growing without changing, right? Because one thing is staying not resentful, okay? So that I like staying not resentful. So my passion is always there. And if things go wrong or I go through a period where things aren't working the way I wanted to, I don't lose my enthusiasm. I keep being excited about the endeavor. But then the other thing is like evolving and being able to exist in sort of a constant state of change, right? You know what I mean? Because like you may, no matter what you're doing, you may have a way of doing it that totally works. And then one day you're like, it stops working and like realizing that when something stops working, that it's not the end of the world. It just means you need like a new solution. You know what I mean? You know, that's another thing that's really important. I don't think that was actually the number 2 I had, but maybe there's probably like 5 things. But anyway, let's move on to the Cenk thing, right? I think the resentment is really the important one, right? I really do. It's like the number 1 thing. And if I remember the other one I was thinking of, I'll tell you. But I do know that like, you know, being able to evolve how you do things is like really important. Cenk is a Republican again. Dude, I think Cenk's always been a Republican, guys. Okay? Let me just tell you, okay? Cenk, I think he stayed a Republican. I really do. And I think that's why the Bernie thing felt really natural to him, okay? And not because Bernie's a Republican, but Bernie is from a very white state. The rural area in Vermont is white working class, okay? Vermont is a white working class. It's very liberal. It's not like Iowa or Nebraska, but it is the same like social stratum of white working class people occupy a lot of Vermont. The working class in Vermont are all white. So Bernie's populism, all of the white working class people in America, it spoke to them. Even the Republicans, okay? Even the Republicans would hear Bernie talk and they could hear the language because it was like speaking to the white working man. And so I think Cenk was always a Republican and he was mad at George Bush, and then Bernie's populism spoke to Cenk's Republican nature. Even though Cenk isn't technically white, he is like, you know, white passing enough to, you know what I'm saying? He's like, you know, he's able to exist in the white passing world. But I really think he was always a Republican trying to like coexist in those things. I know he's Turkish, but he, you know, he has enough of a, you know, if you look at Cenk, okay, if you look at Cenk, he has a, you know, like a lot of Turkish people sort of have an an Italian vibe to them that still fits in the sort of white passing area of America, right? You know, there's like if you are a white passing, you know, like a white passing minority in America, like has a very different experience than a non-white passing one. It's like, you know, but oh shit, dude, he voted for Caruso. Dude, what an idiot. Dude, Cenk's an idiot, bro. Right? Oh, let's go. Dude, thank you, Talia. Dude, I love Tabitha. Dude, she's amazing. All right, you ready? Let's watch this Cenk video. And hopefully maybe the other thing I was talking about success will come back to me. Dude, it's pretty bad when I can't tell you what the other thing is. Dude, my success is two things, one of which I can't remember. Dude, what an idiot. Oh my God, I am such an idiot, bro. That's funny, dude. Do not take my advice, bro. Nobody was talking about Bernie as white passing. They're talking about Cenk Uygur as white passing. Right? Oh, shit. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Carlson defended that decision, as he has in the past, and said that he still disavows anti-Semitism in all its forms. Take a look.
Do you have concerns that broadcasting Nazi-loving, Holocaust-denying guests to your audience and potentially mainstreaming and normalizing those views is an issue?
I've said that I disagreed with Fuentes on those questions. I don't think that you should ever judge or attack people on the basis of their bloodline.
Carlson referenced how he's also interviewed Texas Senator Ted Cruz and unsuccessfully tried to interview Florida Representative Randy Fine. Both Cruz and Fine have been strong supporters of Israel during the war in Gaza, which Carlson seems to feel is more objectionable than the things Fuentes has said. Take a look.
Both of them have defended the genocide in Gaza, the murder of children. And I would say that sending money to a military that murders children is a little bit more significant a moral crime than saying ugly things.
Carlson also defended himself from accusations of anti-Semitism in the interview, arguing that he only has problems with the Israeli government rather than Jewish people in general. The interview proved divisive online, with some expressing outrage at the BBC for doing the interview in the first place. Journalist Nicole Lampert wrote on X, really quite shameful day for the BBC when they invited Tucker Carlson on to expound his obsessive anti-Semitic hatred towards Israel over 10 minutes. She's obviously lying. But author John White, Tucker Carlson is their worst nightmare, a man of independent mind with a huge following who refused to just go along to get along.
Yeah,
he is correct.
I think that presenter for the BBC did basically every single thing wrong. I watched most of it. She goes like, but do you see, there are some who would call you anti-Semitic for what you're doing. Like, you got to come at someone with, I don't care if it's anti-Semitism, racism, whatever ism you want to lay at someone's feet. Bring the receipts, man. You got to say, here's what you said that's bad, not someone. And again with some would say because you did that interview with Fuentes, but and I have criticisms of how that interview went down. I think there could have been stronger pushback on him at points. But Tucker absolutely did challenge him on that aspect and said, I think it's wrong for an opposition to Israel to come from this impulse. Like, he did say that very clearly in the interview. So I thought she didn't cover herself in glory.
Just to briefly get in on that point, because I'm sure Cenk has lots to say about it too. When she was saying, some would say that you're being anti-Semitic, one of the people she quoted was Randy Fine. Randy Fine is probably the most Islamophobic member of Congress, has this enormous track record of saying the most inflammatory and appalling things about anyone.
Dude, Randy Fine is a fucking piece of shit, bro.
Who criticizes Israel.
He is.
So to use him as your authoritative figure to say that Tucker is anti-Semitic in itself just discredits the case before you.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to go further. So a couple of things here. To Tucker's point, and to Niall's point, Randy Fine has said we should starve everyone in Gaza to death. Mm-hmm. He has said we should nuke people in Gaza. He is definitely worse than Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes, as terrible as he is and as anti-Semitic as he has been, has never said to kill anybody Jewish, let alone all people Jewish. Randy Fine has said to kill every Palestinian. So it's empirical. There's no question about it. Yet, when you even talk to Nick Fuentes, even when you lambast them, as for example Piers Morgan did, etc., people go, oh, no, that's you're not allowed to do that. Now you're not allowed to talk to Tucker Carlson.
Well, and those are unpersuasive arguments. Nobody buys the deplatform or not. You can't gatekeep anyone out of a position of commenting on something anymore. So just
I know,
talk to the person or don't. But it's not like, oh no, you're platforming him. It's not.
But Robbie, so two things about that. Number one, the people who are Israel first, which is almost all of establishment media, let's be honest, right? They do cancel people. I'm not allowed on CNN, Fox News, or MSNBC. So why is that? Why is Tucker not on any of those checks? Because they do cancel culture. It is real. But what is super...
Well, I mean, dude, we can't really speak to why Cenk Uygur, okay, is... You know what I'm saying? We can't really speak to why Cenk Uygur is not on CNN, but there's a reason why Tucker is no longer on mainstream media, because he lied so much that Fox News paid out $787 million. Okay, nearly $1 billion paid out because of his lies. So nobody on the mainstream media wants to open themselves up potentially to a fucking, right? I mean, the same reason why when they cover a Trump rally, they have a big disclaimer on there that says, we do not, like, the shit that's being said at this rally is not like, you know, we have not fact-checked this. You know what I mean? I mean, that's why. That's why Tucker is not on there, because he is a known liar, okay? And very well known. Now, I saw somebody in chat a minute ago saying, wow, I hate to agree. Like, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Tucker Carlson. But here's the deal, guys. If I find myself agreeing with Tucker Carlson, I don't look into that at all, because I don't believe Tucker, okay? I do not believe Tucker, okay? When Tucker talks with the heartstrings about how indefensible what Israel's doing in Gaza, I don't believe that that is really important to Tucker. I believe that he's saying words and he is making a statement that he knows carries a lot of weight with a lot of people. And he is like, you know, mimicking emotions and views that he has seen other people actually believe in. But I don't believe that he genuinely cares about the people of Gaza at all. He does not give a shit, okay? In my bones, I look at Tucker, I just don't believe him. This guy is a used car salesman who is trying to sell me himself as like a reasonable mind that is different than these other power-seeking options, okay? But I have seen Tucker long enough to know that, like, he always is doing some version of that. I mean, he was a little more incendiary when he was on fucking television, but now, though, he's still being incendiary. He's just found a different way of being incendiary, okay? He can be incendiary to MAGA by platforming Nick Fuentes, and he can be incendiary to the Groypers by agreeing with 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗏𝗏, right? And so he is finding a way to still be incendiary while also, you know, trying to be everything to everyone. And I just don't trust him. There's nothing about Tucker Carlson that is trustworthy. Someone mentioned his laugh. Dude, his laugh, it just feels contrived and fake, okay? His laugh feels like it comes from a place that is not genuine joy. Like everything about Tucker feels like a calculated, you know, like, you know, catch-all kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's like, yeah, he's just not trustworthy.
interesting is they're like, oh, you'd like to murder all the Palestinians. Oh, we're not going to cancel you. We're not even going to have a debate about canceling you. Mark Levin constantly talks about murdering Muslims. He's deeply bigoted, one of the most racist people in America. No one ever says you can't talk to Mark Levin. Sean Hannity should be canceled for talking to Mark Levin. Donald Trump should be canceled for talking to Mark Levin. What they have said is demonstrably worse than what Nick Fuentes has said, let alone what Tucker Carlson said, which then leads to the last point. These Israel First guys are gigantic liars, okay? Tucker Carlson has never said anything anti-Semitic. He has said dozens of times on air to millions of his right-wing listeners, do not be anti-Semitic. Being against Jewish Americans is un-American and un-Christian. What else do you want the guy to say? I know what they want him to say. They want him to grovel to Israel. If you don't grovel to Israel, they're going to call you an anti-Semite because they're doing it in bad faith. They're trying to cancel anyone from the national conversation that would dare criticize their beloved Israel because, let's be honest, they're not really Americans. Well, they want to serve Israel and only Israel.
Let me play devil's advocate, and then you can respond.
Dude, see that, though, that is like... I feel like that is Cenk and Anna's new arc. Don't you? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That is Cenk and Anna's new arc. Okay? And it's not about being pro-Palestinian. It's about being anti-Israel. Okay? And that's, I've said this before. This is why Cenk and Anna don't get along with Emma and Sam Seder and the others on the left, right? Is because they're pro-Palestinian, okay? And Cenk says he is really pro-Palestinian, but he's not. He is anti-Israel. And so he's going to commune with everybody who's anti-Israel. And the worst anti-Israel person, like Nick Fuentes, is still like better than anybody who's pro-Israel, okay? And that's really what I have noticed with Anna and Cenk is they aren't really pro-Palestinian. Their driving force is being anti-Israel. And that's why they find themselves liking MTG and Tucker Carlson, and they can tolerate Nick Fuentes. Like you said, Nick Fuentes is 100 times better than Mark Levin, right? And it's like... I'm not going to defend Mark Levin because that guy's a piece of shit. And Randy Fine is a piece of shit. But Nick Fuentes is a fucking piece of shit, bro. Nick Fuentes is not better than Randy Fine. Those guys are like the same, except Nick Fuentes is like more charismatic than Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a gross, slovenly looking human being. But they're like very similar. I mean, as far as how inhumane they, as how is the lack of compassion they share, I
mean, obviously, I agree that Tucker Carlson is not an anti-Semite. I've been friendly with him in the past. I largely agree with and endorse his foreign policy. I think, however, in the Nick Fuentes, for example, who I find him interesting in some of the things he has to say, and other things I think is absolutely deplorable, but it's very clear that part of his opposition to what Israel is doing is based on Jewish identity, that he thinks Jewish people are programmed or something or whatever to serve Israel, and it's collectivist thinking, and it's identitarian-based thinking, and he's transparent about that. He doesn't want violence against people for that reason, but he judges people on identitarian-based reasons. Whereas some of the individuals you're mentioning on the other side of this debate, your Mark Levins, your Ted Cruz's, I think they take a more, the lives of the innocent people in the Middle East or the innocent Palestinians are very expendable to them, but it's because those people are in the midst of a terrorist group that they're trying to take out, right? They don't, maybe Randy Fine is an exception to this, but I don't think Ted Cruz and Mark Levin say, I think it's fine or permissible to, or we should kill all Palestinians, or all Arabs, or all, they say we have to kill all Hamas, and if innocent Palestinians are killed in that process, that's regrettable, that's not what we want, but we're going to allow that to happen.
But Robbie, that's not any better. I mean, imagine if someone said the reverse. Like, it's regrettable that the innocent Jews are dying in Israel, but they're amongst the IDF, which are the worst terrorists in the world, so obviously the Israeli civilians should be slaughtered. Well, you would be canceled.
There are some I'm not accusing present company at all, but I've grappled with people, activists on the left, who feel that way.
Okay, but those activists are considered toxic. They're canceled. They're not allowed on anywhere.
Toxic. They're canceled. Dude, what is Cenk's obsession with canceled? I do agree with what I saw somebody say in chat about Nick Fuentes, like, not really having any beliefs. I don't know if you get that vibe from him, but when I watch Nick Fuentes, like, I don't think he has like a core set of beliefs that are unwavering. I think he just is constantly, reacting to however he feels in the given moment. You know what I mean? That's why one day you'll watch Nick Fuentes and he'll be like, I miss Obama. And the next day he's like, like black on black crime. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they don't have a strict set of belief systems. They will just oppose anything on any given day. Right? You know what I mean? I mean, he's definitely a Nazi, but he'll like moderate his Nazism for a day. If he's in a mood and he's mad at something about his Nazism, he'll be like, oh, I'm going to be a Democrat now for a little while. And then the next day he'll be like Nazi as shit because he is a Nazi, but he doesn't always feel compelled to portray himself as that. Like on any given day, he can say, I'm going to vote with the Democrats. I hate Trump. I miss Obama. Obama's the devil. Obama caused all this. I'm missing Obama again. Right? It's like, dude, that guy is, on any day, you have no idea. He'll say whatever is going to like generate some kind of reaction or make him feel better in the moment. Now somebody like Randy Fine is like, that guy has a singular mission, and that's everybody who is not, from Israel is like, should be like thrown off the planet. Okay. Like Randy Fine has a singular, like super Islamophobic, all Muslims are worthless to Randy Fine. And he tolerates Christians, but I feel like, if push came to shove, he probably feels the same way about Christians. You know what I mean? And I'll be honest, guys. Okay. I think, you ready for this? Let me just tell you, if you look at American Christians, they support Israel, but I don't think they really do. I don't think they really do. I think they support Israel because it is a helper in their Islamophobia, and they believe that they're required to support them in order to bring about the rapture. But in reality, I don't think the American Christians support like Israel. They're just supporting it for their own selfish desires of bringing the rapture around. Okay. And it's like, Israel goes to war for America against the Muslims all the time. Right. But I don't think they really believe in the support. I think it's a selfish support. You know what I'm saying? That's what's wild about it, And I don't think it's any better on the Zionist Middle Eastern side. I think it's like a weird devotion that's based on the selfishness of their own religious aims. You know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. It's like weird. It's like the driving force in both Israel and America in the religious realm, right? Is to fight the Muslims, and then Israel and America just use each other to accomplish that aim. But they're doing it for different reasons, right? Israel is, Netanyahu's trying to expand the Israeli state, and the Christians are trying to get the rapture to bring Jesus back, right? It's like, dude, it's so fucked up. It is so dumb, dude. I just think the Abrahamic religions are so dumb. It's so dumb, you know? And if there really was a God that created those Abrahamic religions or let them be created and just watching that mess without doing anything, then that God has no compassion whatsoever. It's not a compassionate, loving God. It's a devious, like, entity that is totally okay with watching people stupidly harm each other for centuries. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like,
etc. But when you say it about Muslims, my issue isn't with Mark Levin and Randy Fine, who are obvious over-the-top racists and bigots and un-American. Those are obvious, okay? And their constant demand that we serve a different country speaks for itself. Like, you're saying, I'm not for America. I want all of you to serve Israel. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you for admitting you're un-American. My concern is with the establishment, with almost all of mainstream media and all of us, all of the politicians going, yeah, those guys are not a problem. Serving Israel is not a problem. Anyone who dares criticize beloved Israel is the real problem, and they have to be canceled, and they have to be called hateful names, and no one should be allowed to talk to them. Don't ever talk to any of Israel's critics. Well, brother, you're kind of giving the game away. Why is everyone in mainstream media doing the same thing at the same time? So then don't tell me about tropes when you're all in unison ignoring the genocide in southern Lebanon right now. They've cleared out 1 million people. That's ethnic cleansing again after the genocide they did in Gaza. And on top of all of that, we're supposed to pay for every dime of it. Well, why do we owe Israel? Why do we owe them over $300 billion?
That part in particular is not popular with the MAGA base actually at all, and is
with anyone who's an American.
Sure.
And honestly, no one on TV that's on the major networks cares about America at all. Or 94% of our Congress gets money from the Israeli lobby. They don't care about America at all. Look, we have not another.
Dude, I don't believe Cenk cares about America. Like, are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Cenk really cares about America.
$.com on our site.
Come on.
Why? And now Rokana's saying it, Tucker Carlson's saying it, all patriots are saying it. Why are you taking John and Sally's money in Kansas that they worked so hard for and saying, Israel, go murder Palestinians with it, go murder Lebanese? Do you know that they're murdering Armenian Christians now in southern Lebanon?
Yes.
And the Christians have joined the Muslims in fighting back against Israel in southern Lebanon? Do Christians have a right to defend themselves? I know they say Muslims don't have a right to defend themselves. Palestinians don't have a right to defend themselves. They go, terrorists, be occupied forever under Israeli rule. And if you try to defend yourself, we're going to call you a terrorist. We're going to destroy anyone who supports you. Okay, terrorist. Okay, Israel is the terrorist. They are the largest terrorist organization. They have an 83% civilian kill ratio, which is worse than Hamas, which is a 67% ratio. Why are we funding the largest terrorist organization in the world that is now murdering Christians in southern Lebanon?
I'd like to respond to something.
I'll tell you, Cenk. Why? Because evangelical Christians in America want the rapture, boss. I mean, how many times does he have to be told this? It's like, dude, he keeps talking about Israel controlling America. No. It is not Israel controlling America. It is the evangelical Christians letting Israel control America in exchange for Israel bringing about the rapture. But like the evangelical Christians that want the rapture are the ones instigating it. And they're like saying, you know, they're like letting Israel run rampant in the Middle East and giving them money and taking their money to stay elected here while they try to, like, you know, get their evangelical whatever theocratic toeholds in American government so they can ready America for when the rapture comes and we're not going to be like Sodom and Gomorrah. But like, dude, it is like the evangelical fucking Christians. It's like another, it's weird. It's like this Israel shit becomes like the George Soros boogeyman, okay, where George Soros, okay, because he's Jewish, he's looked at as like he has this ultimate power and his money's influencing everything. But he has way less money than Elon Musk, okay? And whatever money there is in Israel, they have way less money than the American evangelical billionaires. If you look at the evangelical billionaires in America, the Waltons, the fucking right, and then you have like the Zionist people that are part of that group, like Larry Ellison, who is, you know, he's a Jewish guy, but he's really intertwined with the American evangelical, like Heritage Foundation, the Waltons, the DeVosses. If you look at all of the evangelical billionaires and whatever Zionists are commingling with them here in America, they have more money than like anybody coming from Israel. Like it, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like Israel is buying America. It's like, no, America is financing the rapture. And then, you know, I mean, dude, and then they're taking, like, getting paid to stay in power, right? While they're doing that. You know what I mean? It's like, right? But Israel is actually the reason why we've now fought several wars in that region. I'm not downplaying their influence. I'm saying Americans want those wars, Hal. Like, that's the thing that you're not downplaying. You're not realizing that every war that we have fought, every war that Israel fights in the Middle East, the Americans, the American fucking billionaires, most of them want it. The deeply Christian ones want that. Okay? That's how you get the fucking rapture, dude. Israel fights everybody and the whole world descends upon the Middle East, and then Jesus comes back. And so they want them to skirmish with everybody. They want that. You know what I'm saying? And they want that. That's what that's how, dude, it's like American Zionists. Yes. You know, I think that American evangelicals are the biggest Zionists in the country. How do we fix it? See, it's complicated because we need to cut off money to the Middle East, and we need to get like Middle Eastern money out of American politics. And that includes like Saudi Arabia and shit too, and Qatar, like all of those countries. Money should be out of our politics and should be out of like our major corporate money as well, right? But the other thing though, guys, is here's my personal fear, okay? My personal fear is this, is you're never going to get Zionism out of America unless you get Zionists out of American government, okay? Because the money from AIPAC is bad and it's a problem, and we don't want AIPAC money. But we have another problem that even if you get rid of the AIPAC money, you still have a U.S. government that is filled with Zionists. Like our citizens, our government officials, our Zionists. And so you need to get American Zionists out of our government. That's like 85% of the Republican Party and probably 30% of the Democratic Party. Okay? Right? That realistically, it's like getting rid of AIPAC is just going to have a bunch of Zionists still in the American government. They're just no longer going to have that AIPAC money. Now, presumably, I think people think if you get rid of the AIPAC money and get rid of that dark money, you're going to be able to then defeat the Zionists in the election. But I don't know. That to me feels a little scary because they play on Christianity, okay? Right? They like the Zionists still speak the language of the typical Christian in Middle America who they're like, well, we're going to protect your right to worship Jesus. And the Americans are like, oh, they're not thinking about Zionism. They're just thinking about, oh, I don't want to be persecuted right? Everybody's telling me I'm being persecuted. And so yeah, I mean, you start with removing the money, you know, but the thing that scares me about it, okay? The thing that scares me about it is how the American Christians, like every single zealoted American Christian, okay, needs Israel to be warring in the Middle East in order to get Jesus to come back. Okay? That is like, if the people controlling the Defense Department, you know what I'm saying? Right? Is like they want war in the Middle East that is carried out by the nation of Israel. That is what American Zionists desire. Now, I don't know what Israel's goal in it is, because they have their whole aims, right? Like Israel is not fighting in the Middle East to bring Jesus back for the American Christians, okay? But the American Christians want Israel to be fighting in the Middle East because that is going to move them toward the rapture. Now, I don't know what Netanyahu's regime is after in the Middle East, right? I don't know what their end game is. I mean, I know they want to keep taking territory and they want to like snuff out everybody who's not, you know, from the nation of Israel. Like they want it to be a giant ethno-state that they have all the land, right? But so they're like different aims though. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. To me it just seems really fucking complicated, right? Right? They want all the land, right? They want all the land, and the Christians want the rapture. And so they're like, "Oh, okay. If letting them take all the land, and then like if that brings about the world war, that brings about the rapture, then Jesus comes back and we get our fucking, you know." And so again, though, guys, I mean, the person who keeps arguing about the influence of Israel, my point isn't that Israel has no influence in America. My point is that Israel has influence in America because America sees Israel as the way to get their religious aims fulfilled. So, right? Like you don't... You give somebody influence over you when you have a benefit, when you're getting something. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that works in all relationships, especially in the toxic ones. You know what I'm saying? I mean, my God, one of the basic dynamics of every unhealthy relationship is a person stays with somebody who is harmful to them because then they can blame that person's behavior for all of their like problems, and they never have to focus on their own problems. So they're like the nature of an unhealthy relationship is I'm going to let you do what you're going to do because then I get an out, you know? And I feel like there is an element of that here where Israel is constantly exercising their influence over American politics and money and American military decisions and foreign policy. And they are granted that influence because America is trying to bring about their Armageddon fucking, you know, rapture, right? And so my point is that until you get rid of the Americans who want the rapture, you're never going to be able to get rid of that Israel influence, okay? Right? Because the root of the influence isn't that Israel is more powerful than America. And if America disobeys Israel, Israel's going to blow us up or they're going to do something harmful to us. The reason that influence and you know, rabid nature exists around doing everything they can for Israel is because they're seeking the second coming of Jesus. So if you don't get rid of the people in American government who are trying to bring about the rapture, you are never going to get rid of the Israel influence, okay? You just won't, because they need it. They need Israel to be influenced. It's right. It's not like America's letting Israel run roughshod over us because if we don't, Israel's going to blow us up. No, there's nothing like that. Israel is not going to blow us up. They're not going to fucking end American existence. But like none of those evangelicals will get the second coming of Christ if they limit Israel's influence. And that is a problem, guys. That's like one of the things that we have to contend with. Okay? It's like the reason you have to look at why does Israel have so much influence over America? They're not a direct threat. They cannot blow us up. They cannot end our economy. They cannot end us. No, it is, they have so much influence over America because a huge portion of American government are like desperate to bring about the fucking rapture and get that second coming of Jesus. And they're fucking mentally ill. And so they'll do anything for them. They'll do anything. There's no way that they will shortchange the entire American country to help fucking Israel achieve her goals, because that's how they're going to get Jesus. And that is a level of like mental fucking craziness that we do have to contend with. It's not going to be as simple as just like, you know what I mean? I mean, that's the thing we don't address. Everyone's like, why? Oh, why do they have the influence? Do they have blackmail? Do they have? No, it's because America is run by a bunch of insane fucking Christians, bro. Like mentally ill Christians, right? It's fucking wild. Dude, it is wild, bro. It is really, you know, I find it problematic, dude. Dude, having grown up in proximity to very devout evangelical Christians, I can tell you their level of like detachment from reality is really fucking like, it's astonishing. You know what I mean? Like they literally you can show them all the evidence of what's happening to them, and they're just like, nope, sorry. God, you know, it's like, dude, the fuck, bro? You know? Leaders are cash driven. They know it's snake oil. I mean, you know, maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know what leaders you're talking about, right? It's hard to separate. I mean, it sometimes seems like there's no way they could believe it, but then you see people like Katie Britt, and you're like, holy fuck, dude. Dude, she is crazy, dude. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, dude, it's just, it's like, guys, I honestly, you know, I don't know. I don't know how we get out of this mess, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how we get out of this mess, but I feel like it starts with getting evangelicals out of the government. I didn't see Nurse Joy's question. What was her question? Okay, please answer me. Did you mean to say that people in domestic violence situations allow it to happen? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that people in domestic violence situations allow it to happen. It's not that simple, Nurse Joy. But what I'm saying is when you get into a toxic relationship like that, okay? Like if a woman is in a relationship with a man who's abusing her, or a man is in a relationship with a woman who's abusing her, there is a dynamic in there where what ends up happening is the like, in addition to the gaslighting and all the mental games that get victimized, there is like the person that is being victimized is grappling with something that they are, that the toxic abusive relationship like prevents them from having to come to terms with it. Okay. And so, like, you know, I mean, it could be as simple as, you know, the woman has a great deal of like shame issues from her family of origin, right? And then that abusive relationship becomes this thing that like in a weird way merges perfectly with her shame issues, and the abuse becomes this comfortable, like, sort of, I don't want to use the word safe because it's not, but it's like sometimes like when we're in those, when that like abuse is fusing with our own issues, like an abusive environment can feel safe because it's so familiar. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like they're, I mean, allowing is not the right word, but it is like the person that is stuck in the cycle of being abused is getting like they're receiving a toxic, I don't even want to use the word benefit, right? Benefit is the wrong word because they're not receiving a benefit. But like there's like a trauma thing that happens where, you know what I'm saying? Where like the you know, like my mom, she was with a man who was physically abusive and emotionally abusive, right? And like, and that fed her own self-esteem and low self-esteem and her thinking that she wasn't capable. And like, but what ended up happening is one of the ways she coped with that, right? One of the ways she coped with that was like when my mom made bad decisions, okay, she never had to take responsibility for her own bad decisions because my abusive father was always doing so much more harmful shit that like my mom could make a bunch of bad decisions unrelated to him of her own accord. And she never had to like deal with the responsibility of her bad decisions. It was like her focus was on like surviving the abuse. And so it was like really weird that like my mom got trapped in a cycle of being abused by this man while simultaneously never having to take responsibility for any of her own actions at the same time, right? Because she was grappling with this overwhelming abusive force, right? You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. And so there becomes a really icky type of codependence that starts occurring that is like really harmful. And then, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. It's like really hard to fucking separate. And I know talking about that stuff. I'm glad you asked though, Nurse Joy. And I'm glad I took the time to explain it because I think that stuff is really hard. It's like really hard because like what I can speak of my own experience, right? I was sexually abused by older half brothers. And then I took care of my older half brothers who abused me. And there's a fine line in looking at that where that could make it seem like I was enabling them to abuse me because I wasn't fighting back. But like you get into that weirdly codependent thing where me taking care of them was me protecting myself. You know what I'm saying? And like, and it's like, yeah, it's like really weird. It's like really sticky, you know, because it's like, no, I didn't cause it. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't enabling it. I was like protecting myself, you know, and protecting myself sometimes meant catering to their emotional condition because when they were emotionally well, they were less likely to abuse, you know? Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, no, that's like the abuser is dishing out worse. Yeah, well, their whole existence becomes like, you know, just trying to survive at that point. And that's like, I don't know, man. It's like really, really weird. It's like a weird, abuse is weird. It's like, it's weird because there's like there's a, you know, there's a, like predators can sort of sniff, like they can sniff vulnerability. You know what I mean? You know, does that make sense? Like predators can just sense vulnerability, and it's like, and that makes it so like destructive, right? It's like they sense the vulnerability and they're usually well equipped at exploiting it. You know, your mother is a narcissist. Yeah, my mom was a narcissist too. But you know what's really interesting about this, guys, is like, sometimes I think like surviving abuse can like contribute to like grappling with a type of narcissism, because you tend to have to be pretty selfish to survive an abusive situation. You know what I mean? And it's not even like a destructive narcissism. You know what I mean? You know, told you every day how stupid and worthless you were and started to believe him. Yeah, that's really terrible. You know what I mean? How long, like Nurse Joy, how long have you been away from that abusive ex? How long has it been? You know, it's like, well, I'm your crazy little sis from Oakland. Where they at? Let's go. Dude, make money. Dude, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that, like, I know it's a long road. I've known, in addition to my mom, I've known a number of women over the years, 17 years. Yeah. Yeah. How long were you with the person? How long were you with the ex? You've been away for 17 years, but yeah, I mean, dude, it's hard. I mean, I've known a handful of women that have escaped abusive situations, and it takes a long time. You know, it takes a long time because you know what's crazy about it is like whatever family of origin dynamics that were rooted in you before you met that fucking guy, they were like working on you for a long time, right? I mean, that's really what happens. We have this family of origin that fucking like goes to work on us for 18 years. And then we're 17, 18, 19, 20, 22 when we go and meet these abusive people. And we have like, you know, almost 2 decades of learned behavior, like learned, you know, like it's like you're, you know, it's not like you go out into the world a healthy, like emotionally well-regulated person and then you meet this abuser. It's like, you know, we usually come from complicated families of origin. And then they isolate you too, right? That was the thing. That's the number one thing, guys. If you're young and you're getting in a relationship, the isolation, I feel like, is one of the early signs. Okay? That's one of the early signs when they want to like get you to not hang out with your family anymore, not hang out with your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like the isolating is really a telltale sign, because that usually starts early, right? The isolation starts early. That's one of the early things. Like they'll still be nice to you, but then they gently try to like steer you away from everybody outside of them. So I think if people are trying to shrink your world, That's when you want to bounce. Nurse Joy, have you ever done EMDR? Have you ever had the pleasure of doing EMDR? I feel like EMDR is really good for that shit. But man, it's a lifetime, you know? Oh my God. Dude, somebody used to drug you. That is so brutal. You know? That's so brutal. See, my dad was mostly like verbally abusive and manipulative. He would get physical sometimes, but it was, you know, it was never like outright hitting. It was always like more sly. Like my dad's abuse was always more hidden, you know? You know what I'm saying? That's what was really frustrating. Like I was having this discussion the other day with, you know, somebody, I think my massage therapist, and, you know, those of you who have been in abusive relationships, you may resonate with this, but like my dad was such a charmer, okay? He was such a charmer that like, and his abuse and his manipulative nature usually was almost always behind closed doors. So nobody could understand why any of us were ever upset at my dad, right? Because they loved him. So then if you would be upset at my dad or be right, they would be like, how can you not love him? You know what I mean? So like he would charm everyone I knew to the point of where the people I knew were being like, you need to stop being so hard on your dad, right? And that's another level of that, like that super manipulator where like they take away your ability to have true feelings about them because everyone around you loves them so much. Because my dad was so charming. And so, like, it's another layer of, like, mind fuck, bro. It is. Shit is terrible, dude. It's so stupid. There. You know? It's fucking brutal. Yeah. So I'll give you the rundown with EMDR. So EMDR can be bilateral eye stimulation, or it can be paddles that buzz. So your like hands are buzzing, alternating left, right, or my therapist tap my knees. But so what it is, guys, is it's about repression. Okay, so left brain, right? Like bilateral stimulation. So when you are bilaterally stimulating your brain and your brain is focusing on those taps or those eye movements or those paddle stimulations, what ends up happening is when your brain is bilaterally being stimulated, it can't simultaneously repress hidden emotions. So the bilateral stimulation kind of keeps your brain busy doing something while you then do visualization talk therapy, and anything your brain's been subjugating and repressing bubbles up to the surface because your brain is busy on that bilateral stimulation. So it's kind of like tricking your brain into staying busy while you go in and do therapy that then the repressed shit bubbles up to the surface, and when it shows up, you get to reprocess it, right? It's really amazing. And it's like wild because everybody has a different experience, but what I found with me is I didn't go back and like see the memories. It's not like that. It's not like you go back and, oh, I remember all these events, but I refelt the fear. Okay. So I went back and like, I would re-feel like the horrible pain and trauma I felt after being abused, or the body shaking fear I had before it was about to happen. And that shit would bubble up and I would re-experience it in the now, the shrieking and crying and shaking and fear response and all that. And then I'd reprocess it and then it's just gone. It's like out of the body. And that's why, Nurse Joy, with you saying when your husband yells at you, it gets that physicality, the trauma in your body gets kicked up. And so you're constantly triggered. Like EMDR has a way of like, you can go back and reprocess all the fear and threatened emotions you had from that abusive man. And then once you re-experience it and reprocess it, it's just gone. And then you're just not getting triggered. It's like really wild. Like for me, it was so life-changing because I didn't realize that all the fear and whatever around that sexual abuse I experienced was what made me manipulative in relationships, and it made me deceitful, and it made me have all these, like, I was in a constant state of triggering and trying to get the upper hand in my relationships. And then when I got rid of all the triggering, I was no longer engaging in that self-destructive behavior all the time. And I could really find the connections and shit. And it was really thing. Yeah, you don't feel fear, you feel anger. Yeah, but that's what anger is. Anger is fear. It's just, it's our way of like, it's controllable fear, like directable fear. But yeah, there's like, you know, you can get under that. I mean, it's a process, boss. It really is. You know, it is crazy. Dude, I did EMDR solidly for like 3 years, guys. Like 3 years of EMDR. It's like exhausting. And you know what's wild? Though I still, okay, after doing 3 years of EMDR, which was definitely life-changing, but I still have, like, my massage therapist will find pockets of that emotional stuff in the massages. Like, she'll break up some shit in my hips and I'll start like weeping, you know, and then I'll start, you know, talking about like something that happened, you know, 40 years ago. Pretty weird. I mean, shit is still coming out of my body, dude, to this day. Right? You know, it's wild. But I am a firm believer, guys, in you know what I'm saying? I am a firm believer in like in-depth healing, you know what I'm saying? Like if us radical change on our inside is something that we can all aim for, right? Need to get away from toxic people. I mean, it helps to get away from toxic people. Absolutely. Or depending on their level of toxicity, to develop like healthy boundaries so you can separate, like, you know, I mean, there's like, for me, there are definitely some, like, I stay away from most toxic people, but there are some people that are a little bit toxic that I do like, that are still in my life to a degree, but it can only be that way when I have really healthy boundaries. You know, yeah, no, controlling the money. That's another one. Yeah, controlling the money is a big one. Dude, they do that shit. Right? And I mean, sometimes you have a job and you're stuck having to deal with toxic people, right? Or a toxic boss. That sucks. I'd always try to get a better job, but sometimes you have to ride it out for a little bit. All right, dude, we'll watch 𝗙cie some other time. I'm gonna go make some videos, eat some food. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, yeah, there's no way to know it's abusive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think it's that way with a lot of shit. Like, even as a kid, I didn't think, you know, I was led to believe that all the chaos and drunken yelling and fists going through doors and shit like that, and mom being slammed up against the refrigerator, I felt like, I thought everybody went through that. You know what I'm saying? You just think that it's normal. You know, you don't know any better. You just kind of assume that it's normal. I mean, guys, you know what was one of my eye-opening experiences? Can I tell you? It was like when I was a drug addict and I was like 21 years old, all right? I went to a family, like I went to Arizona with a friend of mine, a bass player in my band, to his family. And we all had dinner together, and then everybody got a drink and went outside on the back patio, and they all talked to each other about like how they were feeling and what they were struggling with, the parents and the kids. And it was like this round table where they were like, you know, the dad's like, yeah, I've been really struggling with like grasping for control at work and feeling like totally insecure about the way I'm like, you know, like managing this certain area of the business or whatever. And then the kids are talking about their shit. And I was like, dude, you people are fucking making me uncomfortable out here, really. Frankly, can I tell you, like, I'm uncomfortable as shit watching you fucking do this, you know? And that's when I realized, like, whoa, dude. Like I was uncomfortable because my family was so fucked up that being around a healthy dynamic felt like really like weird and threatening, you know? And they were actually pretty helpful in like, I don't know, like allowing me to come to that realization without making me feel like a weirdo. And that was really a profound experience that I had at like, I don't know, I was like 21, I think. But that was really one of the early catalysts when I was like, wow, so this is what like a family is supposed to be like. Like, that's actually pretty cool. You know? It's like pretty weird, dude. Dude. Freak me out, boss. Dude, no, America is in an abusive relationship. Guys, we're in an abusive relationship with our leaders. We're in an abusive relationship with capitalism. We're in an abusive relationship with corporate power. We're in many abusive relationships in America, you know? And I mean, you see with Trump, though, you see the nature of him being an abuser, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I'm saying? You see with Trump being like, what did he do? He controls the money, threaten you. If you don't do what I want, you don't give us the voter day, or we're not giving you any money. We're not giving you FEMA money. If you don't pass these kinds of laws, we're not going to give you any money. So he controls the money, right? And then isolating, you know, we're going to have no friends. America, you get no friends. You have no allies. Everyone's out to get you. And the people, beware the Democrats. They're trying to kill you, right? You can only count on your own MAGA people. Right? I mean, he is a classic abuser, dude. He is a classic fucking abuser. Somebody asked, did it take a couple years for me to finally get out of that weird feeling? So, yeah, I mean, for me, I'll be honest, like that 21-year-old thing, like, you know, it took me probably until about 10 years ago for me to really be able to connect. Like, well, right? When I was like 45, it was definitely after meeting Jenny and after several years of therapy with me and Jenny, like our couples therapy was really important too. So yeah, it took me a while. I mean, it got a little better, right? Like I didn't have any healthy relationships though in my 20s at all, or really in my 30s. I didn't really have a healthy relationship until I was in my 40s, right? You know, but so yeah, it took me a while. If you're starting to get it at 23, you're doing really well, right? It took me a long time, you know? Yeah. I mean, so the thing about ours, like our relationship wasn't bad. I wouldn't have qualified me and Jenny as a bad relationship, the reason we went to couples therapy is because we were just both triggered a lot. And when one of us would get triggered, the other person would try to make it okay, and that would cause the triggering to get worse. And then the other person would feel threatening to one person, and then the other person would get triggered, and then we were both triggered, and then it would get like really emotional and uncomfortable. And so what we did in therapy is we learned how to interact while triggered in a way that now we can get triggered and we don't even have a fight anymore, right? You know what I'm saying? We don't even have a fight when we get triggered because we recognize, oh, I'm triggered. Oh, you're triggered. Oh, I'm triggered. Like, and then we can now sort of talk our way through the triggers and get back to connection, which is weird. I mean, it's cool, but it took a long time. And we have some, obviously with the step family, we have some triggering, sometimes my relationship with my son can be very triggering to her, and like, or sometimes her complicated relationship with the fact that she has a stepson can be very triggering to me, right? So like that kid is, can be something that gets us triggered and simultaneously provides us this wonderful practice of like working through that shit, right? But yeah. So there you go. All right, I'm gonna go, dude. Thanks for the talk. That was some good heavy talk. Now we got a dance party to engage in, right? We got some dancing to do. That talk added like an hour longer to the stream, but I feel like everybody needed it. We'll do 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃 tomorrow, boss. All right, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃's not time sensitive. I feel like the conversation we had was more important than 𝗙cie𝗶𝗃 or sometimes we gotta, sometimes we're gonna have that fucking, that therapeutic shit here. I think it's just a reality. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a very wounded individual. And sometimes I just need to like work through shit, right? Tarot reading on you. Oh shit. I'll take you up on that, May Money. Let's go. Dude, like, can I tell you? I'm just going to tell you real abbreviated version about a tarot story. Okay. I went through a period of like, when I left the fraternity, I got very like ostracized. When I quit my fraternity, like leaving a fraternity is very hard. The group doesn't take it well when you grow apart from them. And then they make you feel like there's something wrong with you, which is why you're leaving. And so I had lost a lot of friends and I was very unconfident and I was setting off to become a musician. I didn't know how to play an instrument. I was feeling really like, I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. I was walking around in Venice Beach. I used to go to Venice Beach all the time. Okay. It's just great. A lot of people. I would go down there and buy sunglasses or whatever, just hang out, right? Get high and walk around and interact. A lot of hippies and shit there. Right? Go whatever, meet girls, spent a lot of time in Venice. And I was walking down the Venice boardwalk and a tarot reader flagged me down and said, "You look like you need a reading." And I'm like, what are you talking about? It was like, right? It's like 80 degrees. I'm just walking by and she like called me over and was like, I think you need a reading. I think you need to like sit here with me and like you need this. And I'm like, okay. And so I sat down with her and I turned over some cards and then she like said to me, wow, she was like, you've just been exiled. Like from everything you've known of like the entire life you had built for yourself, you just got exiled like completely from everyone. And she was like, but like this had to happen. Like what you're doing right now is exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and you are on the right path. Like, it was like crazy how she called me over and then she basically described exactly where I was and then told me, like, but just keep going. Like, you're on the right path. And, like, I think sometimes, like, I don't know what I would have been like if I hadn't met that woman, if that woman hadn't called me over, man. And that's really weird to think about, guys. You know what I'm saying? That, like, because she literally called me to her and then told me exactly what I needed to hear to, like, fucking, like, sort of process some of the insane, like, feelings of rejection and isolation that I was going through and to keep me going, right? It's pretty wild to think about that. Like, that feels a little divine, right? It does, but it doesn't work into the whole concept of, like, free will and shit biblically, right? But it does work with, you know, somebody like an energy, like, aware person recognizing that, like, they had a message for me or whatever. You know, I don't know how to explain that shit, but I've had a couple things like that have altered the course of my life where random people have offered to redirect me in a major way, and I've allowed it. I've just gone with it. When I get redirected by that, I don't question it. I just go into the breach, and like, I've had some pretty profound changes, right, by doing that. You know, sliding doors, I've not. All right, but that's my last story. I gotta go. I could talk forever, but I do have to get some work done. All right. Sliding doors. I like the name. Let's go, baby. Oh, dude. I just thought, guys, I just remembered. Can I just tell you? I just remembered what I wanted to say, the second thing, right? And this is interesting, right? Remember how I talked about, like, one thing that's been helpful to my success is like, not being resentful so I could stay passionate. But you know what another major driving force of my success has been, guys? I think it's been recognizing opportunity. Okay? Like recognizing opportunity, guys. You know what I mean? Like, because sometimes, like, you know, there's, like, sometimes opportunity is hard to see. You know what I mean? You know, because, like, sometimes it like might even seem like it's the bad choice, but it's really the choice that provides the most opportunity, you know? Like, and sometimes it's counterintuitive. Like I've said no to jobs because they were, like, not providing opportunity, right? They were providing, like, stability or providing a temporary fix, right? Saying no to things or saying yes to things that look like crazy, but you recognize it's a really big opportunity. Like, being able to know what's an opportunity can go a long way, you know? Being able to recognize opportunity. Oh, shit, baby. Oh. All right, you guys ready? Yeah, no, the bailing. I mean, dude, bailing, like, knowing when to cut and run is really helpful, right? I swear to you guys, I've seen a lot of that where people don't want to disengage from an activity or a thing they've been chasing because, I've invested so much. I don't want to lose my investment. But like, you never lose your investment, you know? Like I've had bands where I've paid for the record and not released the record and thrown $5,000 right down the tube, but I still got the experience of making the record, you know? And that propelled me to my next endeavor, you know? You know what I mean? Like, oh, shit. Yeah, no, that was a long one. All right. Too long. Dude, too long. Stream's too long, baby. Yeah, we haven't gotten to the Lego videos. All right. Dude, I got to get going, though. It's dance party time, boss. I got to make the move, baby. Checkity, check. Yo. Little bit of deja vu. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go! Oh, dude, so winded, bro. Let's go, let's go! All right, guys. Oops. There we go. All right, I'm gonna go. You guys, be good to yourselves. Thank you for a crazy adventure. It was actually a pretty chill fucking, right? Pretty chill news day. It gives us a little more room to self-help. And now we pretend. Oh. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. We drift to the edge, to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Oh, the edge to the edge to the edge. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Take good care. Good night.
I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together.